So, before we begin in earnest, there are a couple of administrative items to review. First, this meeting is being recorded.
He needs a job.
Something that we learned yesterday is that if you're online, you may have a dialogue that you need to agree to before you can open up the microphone and camera because of that recording. So please be prepared for that. We take attendance for the Federal Advisory Committee Act. We have moved the ever migrating sign-in sheet to the room so you can find a table next to Bob. And finally, I would like to run over the meeting ground rules real quick. You know them, you love them. I will put them on screen for you. Listen carefully, honor the guidance of the chair, be respectful and assume all participants have good intentions, minimize sidebar conversations in the room and in the chat, and mute yourself online or leave the room if you must answer a phone call. Couple final notes. These owls will be your eyes and ears. It appears I need to repair the one on the other side of the table, so direct them to the front one for the time being. And with that, I think we're ready to hand it off to our chair.
All right, welcome everyone. Morning. And we got a lot of people online as well. So welcome to those joining virtually welcome to the Community Outreach and Engagement. And we'll be sliding in to the Tank Waste Stewardship and Treatment meeting. So awesome. We'll start with some introductions. I'm Amber Waldrop. I represent Heart of America Northwest on the board, and I'm the chair of the committee. Let's go around this way.
Chris Sutton, local environmental interest. I'm interim chair of the Tank Waste Committee.
Tom Cecilia, Oregon Department of Energy. Rob Davis, representing the citizens of Pasco.
And COE HMIS Public Involvement.
Morning, Ben Pruitt, Ecology. Jim Doherty, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, and candidate for co-chair for Amber. Still have me.
Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge. Kathy Dubois, non-union, non-management.
Susan Coleman, Public at Large, Board Chair.
I'm Josh Patton, provide have facilitation support.
Bob Quirk, member of the public.
Off to this wall.
Brett Harvey, Legal Industries, have support.
Megan Tripp, Department of Energy, DDFO. Bill Patton, have support. Colleen Drinker, HMIS, have support.
And for those joining us online, give you an extra moment or two to open your microphone. I'll read them off as I go. We'll start with the person on the phone.
This is Cynthia Bounds, HMIS Portfolio Planning, and for some reason my phone number is not tying out to my name, but it's the same.
Good, thank you. Anna.
You might want to say that again.
Anna Grisel.
Ana Grisel Alvarez with the Department of Ecology Communications.
Chandra.
Chandra Flores with HAP Facilitation.
Dan. Jordan.
Yes, hello, Jordan Firestone with the Hanford Occupational Medicine Program. I'm the risk communicator in position.
Gabe.
Gabe Money, I work for the First Stripe.
Matt Hendrickson.
Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy.
Kermit, if you have a microphone today.
Hawaiian shirt day.
But that's First Stripe.
There you go. Matthew Campbell.
Matthew Campbell, CTUAR.
Dana.
Dana McFadden, Department of Ecology.
Steve.
Steve Needles, Department of Ecology.
Eric.
Eric Pierce, Department of Ecology, single shell tank permit writer.
Simone.
Simone Anter, Columbia Riverkeeper alternate.
Sarah.
Sarah Williams, Department of Ecology Communications.
And so is also joining us, but he had microphone challenges. And with that,
Okay,
we're ready.
well, let's roll into the upcoming tri-party public involvement activities. So who wants to go first? I'm looking down the table here.
I only, if you can pull up the Public Involvement Opportunities webpage, we only have one thing there, so if that's a hardship, it's not a worry. I should have asked Josh to do that beforehand.
Ready?
There he is. So if we'll look in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see that we have the TPA milestones comment period. That public meeting was Tuesday night. I'd like to thank those in the room who came that night. I appreciate that. And then, of course, Jason Capron provided bit of a recap on that yesterday. That comment period is open until February 8th. The last I checked, we had one comment so far, and the commenter was in support of the adjustment. And then we've had, that's about using the adaptive milestone approach, which we brought forth to the public 2 or 3 years ago. And so this is expanding upon that. And now that we have the holistic agreement. Now we have 2 or 3 things coming up that are more standard that you can expect, but don't really ask for comments. For example, we have the ERDIF plug-in waste. There's a ROD over ERDIF, and then there was an amendment to that that said if we get waste that's classified as a plug-in waste, it goes into ERDIF, and we need to communicate that to the public with a public notice and a fact sheet. There was some waste of that nature that will go into ERDIF, and we have the fact sheet and public notice at headquarters now waiting for approval, and as soon as they put any final edits they have on that, we'll issue that, and it goes out in the February timeframe. Now, you'll recall, and the other one that's coming up that's pretty certain, so TPA milestones, the ERDIF plug-in waste information, and then we do our TPA required annual cleanup priorities, public involvement. The TPA calls for that to happen in the springtime. Normally, we've done it as early as very late February and then as late as June, but the TPA specifically says spring. So we try to go for March, April, May. That's my opinion about what spring is. This year, because of all the changes, the holistic agreement, things take a little longer to get us through headquarters under our current status. So we decided to put that out in May. We also have a lot of unknowns in Washington, D.C. with budgeting and whether or not there'll be another government shutdown, these kinds of things. So we think we'll have more information to actually share with the public. Delaying it a little bit, all the comments need to be to headquarters for late fall when the FY28 work really comes together. So that doesn't hurt us at all if we have it in May. So we're tentatively, if anyone wants to jot this down, we're thinking we'll have that 30-day comment through Friday, June 5th. And if we can get the library, we'll hold the public meeting there on May 6th, standard time, 5:30 p.m. And then, of course, we'll have our collaboration with the agencies on that. Then you've seen the rec for Class 1 quarterly public notices. We had one go out in late December for the winter. The spring Class 1 quarterly, and I don't have the draft of that yet. There's still a lot of work going on. That will come out in the April timeframe. And then, of course, posted to this webpage. You'll see your Class 1 modifications there on the far left, and it's toward the bottom. It says winter, fall, summer. You'll see the spring one coming up there, the 26th.
So Dana, the May 4th through June 5th,
Yes.
that's for getting input on the FY28.
FY28, the annual cleanup priorities.
Okay.
I think back in yesteryear, we called it a budget meeting, but that's shifted over time. So FY28 annual cleanup priorities. And that's always a 30-day comment period and a public meeting.
I'm just thinking about how that lines up with the HAB calendar. And if there's,
we did look at that, and there are some meetings there. You want to pull up we always try to put any public involvement meetings in alignment with HAB.
And is that gonna pair with the 5-year plan as well, or is that still planning for, is the 5-year plan still gonna happen for a meeting?
That's a very good question. Let's take a look. So, okay.
Oh, I see. So
If we line it up, we'll have a comment period up on Monday the 4th. And then have our public meeting on Wednesday, the 6th. We'll have, the subcommittees in town.
Thank you for looking at that.
Oh, yes.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I want to do that. It serves no one any good if we have a public meeting and no one comes. I was so grateful that people came on Tuesday night because we were thinking of having the 5-year plan meeting Wednesday night, and then that's not quite ready. So it's just absolutely great.
But to your question, Tom, the
Yeah.
5-year plan,
The 5-year plan normally happens in the fall. This year with holistic agreement and all the changes with the administration, and with Ray still learning, it wasn't done on its normal schedule. So it's still in the works, and we're hoping it might be done in time for this, and then they can be brought forward at the same time. It wouldn't be its own comment period because we're really so close to this one that having them back to back wouldn't make a lot of sense, but it would be excellent supplemental material to just go together.
Makes
So
sense.
that's our goal now. I'm not sure if it's going to be done. This year is in its own animal. Everyone's doing their best, and so I'm just not sure if it'll be done. I don't want to promise. So, but that's the plan.
So there is a 5-year plan that's presented here in late spring, early summer. Would it be the one that should have been presented last October, November? Or will we actually skip that 5-year plan and go forward for another 5 years?
Don't know. That's a very good question because the 5-year plan, it's on our homepage of our website. I mean, that's been something that we've used and liked for a very long time. But it's also not required. So, and there's a lot still taking shape because the holistic agreement and then other things in process now, you don't necessarily want to go out and lay out 5 years of planning, have it change and move. And so there's a lot with that with no skullduggery to try to hold it back or hide it. It's just not done well enough. And not that anyone's not doing it well enough. It's not to the point where it would be that helpful and accurate if it's not.
It changes and moves regardless.
And this
Rob
has a little more moving than normal, so.
But Rob really likes his placemats.
That is on my office every day. I flip that. What are we doing next? Okay, what can I expect? So, now there's a couple of other things that I don't know that much about, but just so everyone knows, so there are no surprises. As you'll recall, we were talking about doing a weir when more than a year ago under Brian Vance, under the Biden administration, and it was for the 200 West area tanks to put Tisker over there. Right now we have Tisker in the East area. That's working to the best of our ability, and we want to put that in the West area and do a couple of the other things in the weir. We had that all queued up, and then it was just put on hold. I'm hearing that might be moving forward, maybe sooner than later. That's all I know. I don't know when, and I don't know if the content in it will be adjusted. So as soon as I see that, but that way everyone knows that might happen, no surprises. And then there's another thing with WTP that might come out that I haven't seen any drafts. I don't know anything, but I just want to be transparent so everyone knows that if something comes forward, that you heard it from me first, that there's something in the works, so you don't feel like I withheld it or you're blindsided by something. Because there's always things in the work with public's involvement, and sometimes they move forward faster or slower. So that's all that I know about that we have queued up. That's it, unless anyone has any questions.
Any questions? More questions? All right, are we going to ecology?
Yeah. Next up would be Dana with ecology.
I'm here. Oh, I guess it helps to open up my camera there. Ta-da! So good morning, everybody.
Oh, she has
We
to
don't-
accept that. Right. Or is that, okay.
Control panel delay.
I was gonna say, have I been accepted? Am I not accepted in this group?
You're accepted.
I'm so
want you here.
sad.
Change the back.
My list is not as long as Dana's. Right now, we don't have anything, running, any open comment periods. They're all busy all my permit writers are busy working on finishing up their Rev 9A stuff. The next one we have on the calendar, it's looking like at the beginning of April, we're gonna have a second air operating permit comment period. They got robust comments on the first one that made some significant changes in the air operating permit that they're gonna go out for a second public comment period with those changes so people can see how that panned out. So that'll be, at the moment, it looks like it's gonna be April 1st to April 30th. I'm not hearing that's gonna change, but you never know. And then the next one that I have on the calendar is Rev 9A, draft Rev 9A. We're still pretty solid for June 29th through October 27th. And we're gonna have several informational meetings that go with that. There's gonna be virtual things and in-person things, and we're gonna have several public hearings too. 3 or 4 public hearings. So more as we can schedule those out and get dates. More is upcoming, but it is on the calendar. So we're very excited about that. And then the other public involvement opportunity is the TPA survey, and I'll hand that over to Sarah Williams.
Thank you, Dana. Yes, so the TPA survey just opened on Monday, on the 12th. It will remain open until February 26th. I believe everyone was already emailed that from Ryan on Monday. If not, let me know and I can resend it. But we're hoping for lots of good engagement. So if you guys know of groups that maybe I should reach, please let me know. I've been spending the whole week emailing it out to as many people and groups as I can think of. And we will be pushing it at the Tri-City Sportsman Show next weekend. I think that's all I have.
All right. Any other questions on those for ecology?
Ben, you sent an email to me and I about the Sportsman Show and wanting to know if the HAB wanted to.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain to the group?
Yeah, so
Your request.
for those who aren't aware, Ecology is attending the Tri-City Sportsman Show here in Pasco next weekend. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So to help fill and staff our booth for that weekend, we've opened up half a table. Sorry, that's all we could afford, to the HAB if they wanted to come and talk about what the HAB does, interact with some members of the public, mainly hunters, fishers, and outdoors people. There's also families involved or that come quite frequently. So if there are messages that the HAB either wants to share either in person with someone coming from the HAB to help staff the booth, or information that we can share via handout or pamphlet, we're happy to do that to help support some of the reach that the HAB might be able to provide.
And if anybody wants to volunteer to spend some time manning the booth, that would be, please let Ben and Sarah know.
Yeah, so the general times, I see your hand, are Friday from noon to 7, Saturday from 10
to 6,
and Sunday from 10 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
So they're long days, but however, whatever your schedules allow and avail would be, anything is helpful. I think it's important.
Would someone be attending as a private person instead of as a formal HAB representative?
Only Sue and me can speak.
Well, but you're not providing advice.
Right.
You're just talking about what the HAB is and helping people get interested in applying for membership on the HAB. So it's not
You're just kind of identifying yourself as a HAB member, but you're not speaking
on behalf of the HAB.
You're definitely not making advice. Yeah.
Right. You're not speaking on behalf of the HAB. You're just describing what the HAB is, and even possibly what your role on the HAB is, what they would be doing. But you're not speaking to Congress or to the governor on behalf of the HAB.
Quick questions for the TPA agencies on this one. Are we gonna have the recruitment materials in a position where we can have a flyer that says, join the HAB?
The ecology was inviting the HAB, so this one should be fresh. which I love the idea. I wish I would have known, because then we could have done something that maybe was matchy a little bit. We can, am I on it?
No.
It was like, sorry if I missed it. I can see if Mary Ann can get stuff through headquarters faster, or you know what we're dealing with. But the goal is to try and have everything ready by next week anyway, so I don't know, Ben, if you guys would be willing, but maybe I could ask Mary Ann and see, because everyone has to go through Mary Ann. She's like our POC for that, so it would be nice to maybe see if she could support a little bit and give them information on how, what she needs from them to apply, or at least talk to the HAB members that are wanting to go, so that they know what we need, so that we don't create more work on the back end.
Sure.
I love the idea though, because we do need to recruit more people, and so.
I think this also would, had we known, been a perfect one of socializing the holistic agreement and the essentially our advice is designed to handle, go out and socialize what it means, what the weir means, how it's gonna happen. This would have been a good opportunity for that.
Yeah, so last year we had almost, I think about 350 people come by over the weekend. And it was a good time for us as ecology to talk about some of the things that we're involved with in terms of regulating or permitting the site. And got a lot of interesting feedback and perspectives. And that's what I thought were someone from the HAB might benefit or help the HAB as a whole in terms of hearing that directly from somebody. Or sometimes the constant frustration I hear about these issues in the news and I don't know who to talk to. So it's like, well, you're talking to someone either directly from ecology or directly from the HAB that supports the public at large or an interest group. So that's where the motivation behind inviting the HAB came from for this, and just letting y'all know that we had an opportunity for this booth. That was we need some help staffing.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I would just say, there's no way to directly apply. You have to go through Mary Ann and she applies for somebody. Okay, so I think just collecting names of interested parties and then getting them back to Mary Ann if they're interested.
Yeah,
She could follow up. I mean, maybe somebody says, yeah, I want to learn more, and she could follow up,
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Mary Ann doesn't get a list of 300.
No, I don't think you're gonna get that many
I
people.
don't think you're gonna
Hey,
get that.
oh, I want to join a
What a
group
nice
that-
thought, but
for
I don't
2
like-
years
I
and
was thinking
commit
of
my
a-
time.
Yeah.
A fact sheet with a QR code that would go to
That's
Marianne's
what I
email.
mean, yeah, like, I just want to make sure that we set HAB up for success with the whole
Yeah.
thing, right? Because our turnaround is so quick. We have to have the stuff to Mary Ann by the 6th, so the show's next weekend. There would only be like 2 weeks in between that, so if we can just figure out what to get to you guys so that it cuts the work down on the back end, that would be great.
And we're still trying to figure out whether nominating authorities are involved, because
Yeah, we sent emails to Kelly and headquarters yesterday, so.
But even if it's not this year, if they understand what the HAB's about and they're interested in learning more and they could apply for next year. It's kind of the window's closed, right? It's closing very quickly, but for next year.
No, but like, I just mean, so like whoever's there vetting, right? You guys may be in the back of your minds, if we have the strategy of like, this person would be great and they're really interested, let's put them on this year, like put a star by their name and then the other ones will keep. That's what I mean, is if we can just have a strategy going into the weekend, I think that would help. So
If you had the materials on that half of that bench, I could maybe do 4 hours in the morning, Saturday.
that's a Ben thing, not a me.
Yeah,
I'll look at.
but-
Look at Ben.
But the thing is, it's gotta have material
Right.
there. And so I probably could do that.
Okay.
Somebody else wanna take a couple hours in the afternoon? Maybe not, I don't know.
a bit of a commute.
Oh, darn it. I don't wanna be the only one. It's kinda only one person's perspective.
So,
Now, who was, sorry, from ecology, who's working on the survey, who just spoke? Sarah, can we get her email or something so we could send? Is there a way to get that. So if we have groups that should receive the survey, I don't know if she was on the email that Ryan sent out, or, you know, maybe he probably
You're
did.
nodding.
It was, okay, good.
I just sent you fancy.
We have a queue.
Awesome.
We have a queue.
I don't know where the queue is. I
So
can't
we
see
have,
it.
we have two people patiently waiting in the queue.
Oh,
So we have
I gotta look at the
Mia.
right side of the screen.
Mia's first, and then we'll hear from Simone. Mia, take it away. And please don't mind me while I reboot this other owl.
Dana, I have a question about the air operating permit. I'm curious, since it's going out for a second public comment period, will you be responding to the comments that came in from the first public comment period before
Yes.
it goes out? Okay.
I believe so. Let me look real quick here, because I asked Matt that. And I think he said, yes, we're gonna do the response to comments for the first one. And then the second, then the second comment period will be a second response to comments.
Okay, and when you put out the permit, is it gonna be redlined? So we can see the changes made?
I don't know if I think that's how they usually do it. So he'll follow in the same pattern. Is that
Okay,
not how he
great.
usually does it?
No, we were laughing because the owl was.
The owl made an owl sound.
Oh, okay.
For the reboot.
That's helpful,
The
thank
owl is
you.
hungry.
Yes, the owl's hungry.
And next up, we have Simone online.
Hi, just a follow-up on that, because I missed it. When does the air operating permit second round comment period
Oh,
come out?
it'll start April 1st.
April
And
1st.
it'll go
Thank
to
you.
April 30th.
Awesome. And then my other question was back to the Rev 9 comment period. Do you know where those public meetings will be happening? You said there'll be several. Are they going to be like a regional?
Yeah, in we don't have specifics yet, but we're going to do something in the greater Seattle area, probably somewhere in the greater Portland area, definitely in Richland, Tri-Cities. And then we'll do some virtual. We're going to do some just virtual informational meetings, because we'll have the hearings, but we're also going to do, because it's a big permit. So we're going to have informational meetings to kind of, answer questions, so show people how to navigate through it, big ticket items, stuff like that. So, and we're also looking at, maybe doing like lunch and learn. So doing a little 20-30 minute presentation kind of thing, question answer session that would be over the noontime hour. So we've got lots of different ways that we're trying to help the public understand the giant permit.
Awesome. Yeah, I think we're going to need all of those public meetings. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then maybe this is just a more generalized question, and sorry, it's my last one, but are there any planned public meetings or public information sessions about the demolition of the 324 building or 324
That is
building
not my
process?
bailiwick. That is, isn't that EPA?
I don't know if anyone from EPA is on.
Yeah, I think that's an EPA lead. So I do not have any information on that one. Sorry.
Okay. I don't think we have anyone from EPA, but there was a brief discussion yesterday about where we were with 324. I didn't hear about any comment periods at this point.
Me neither.
What's brought to have, and then the public meeting and comment period, and they're working on that, finalizing that document now, was what was needed for PI.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good
Thank you
question.
thank you.
Simone. Anybody else in the queue?
Still currently in queue. Are there any other questions for Dana or Ben?
Could I ask Ben and Sarah, I guess Sarah's the lead on the survey. Did you, and I'm sorry, I have not clicked on it yet to take it or review it, but we had a lot of discussion at the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee last year on suggestions for improvement of some of the questions, and did you make any changes to the survey this year?
We made a very minor change to the survey. It is largely the same as last year's. But what we've done is taken out just a few of the questions in the demographics section and about accessibility. There's a set of questions that are like strongly agree, agree, strongly disagree, disagree. And we've added one thing at the bottom of that that says the meeting was accessible. And that will be for people who did attend meetings to just kind of give their opinion on that. And then the only other change we did was we took out under the gender identity question, instead of making it a choose one, it's just an open text box so people can put in what they feel like. That way we're not, I don't know how to word this. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Largely unchanged though. We did go through several months, a few months of back and forth, the three agencies, just to make sure that we were all pretty comfy with it. And that's where we landed.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Are we ready to move on?
Seems so.
Okay. Well, we're getting into the meat of our agenda, which is the draft advice. And the issue manager team has been meeting on this since September. I think this September it was formed.
Yeah.
And we had at least I think we've had 3 issue manager meetings. And so let me go through kind of the background of how we got to where we're at. Yes.
Because I don't remember. Did we get consensus out of the IM team on this, or is this sort of pre-decisional preview?
Josh, you can help me, but I think we got consensus on almost all of it. And then I added what I did, what I was asked to go in and make sure everything in the original draft that was relevant was put into the advice. So I added like one paragraph. I don't know if you have that highlighted though. The paragraph I added since the last meeting.
Or I have a version of that. But yeah, there was consensus with the agreement on the concept of the changes she'd be making before it went to the COE.
Okay.
So I'll show you the section that I adjusted. So originally, Jerry Paulette had done some work to create a draft kind of background executive summary. Then we created a poll. So after our first meeting, we realized there's a lot of different things that we want to share around social media, internet engaging online, engaging in person, best outreach practices, best. So if you look at this packet here that starts with community meeting structure and goals, these are all these were the subtitles that I think Megan originally was suggesting you wanted feedback on. So we created a survey of the IM team members. And did it go out to the whole co? I can't remember.
No,
just the IM team. So everyone on the IM team had the chance to give specific guidance on what are the best practices for community meeting structure. What are the best practices around who are we reaching? How do we reach maybe audiences that we're missing? So each of those bolded titles there are areas that people gave feedback to. Then Tom did the work of trying to consolidate at least 8 or 9 different pieces of feedback from each member of the IM team that participated. And then I started to put together this piece of advice, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like 12 pages. That's not going to work. So Liz Matson then had the great idea to say, well, maybe since this didn't come from every member of the board, or even every member of this committee, that all of these suggestions and ideas and best practices should be attached to the advice as a sounding board. I guess that's a practice that the board has used, and maybe Tom, you can comment on that, but because we don't want to wordsmith this entire, we cut it down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, 4.5 pages. But this would be a sounding board, so it doesn't require consensus. So Tom, maybe you can explain that, but that helped us create a draft piece of advice that was only 2 pages instead of like 10. So we pulled from the original executive summary and some of the key points, and that's how we created the draft advice and brought that down to 2 pages. Well, actually, the advice is just 1 page, and there's an executive summary that's another. And then we have this as an attachment, as a sounding board that gives a lot more detail to the tri-parties about what works and maybe what doesn't for effective community engagement. So maybe you can, other members of the IM team, feel free to chime in about the process that we went through.
Yeah, so sounding boards, for those who don't know, as Amber mentioned, it's really just a chance for all the people who are interested in putting their input in to put a sticky note on the wall, and we take a picture of that, you know, that's it. It's a snapshot in time of the seats that were contributing, but it isn't a consensus document. So we were clear in the advice, I think the 4th paragraph down, you know, that the thing that's attached is not a part of the consensus, but it's still important for the members of the IM team to go on record saying, here's best practices. So we're really clear that the consensus piece is, you know, the pages here that we're going to be talking about. The attachment is just.
I'm going to disagree. Because if this is an attachment to the advice, that means these 2 are together as one document, the entire set, the attachment and the basic advice letter are all have to be approved by the board under consensus.
So I'll clarify. The board has to consent to attaching this document, but we're not going to wordsmith it and make it a consensus piece of advice. So it's sort of an up or down on this piece.
It's a part of the advice. As you've got it right now, it's a part of the advice.
Okay. We have to fix that.
If you've got it listed as an attachment, it is a part of the advice.
What if, okay.
Because
I see, yeah. So what if because typically we don't mix sounding boards and advice, so this is sort of novel. What if we made the sounding board an attachment to this meeting? And then we can reference that attachment in the advice.
Or can you just put a caveat in the advice too, that the sounding board is attached but did not reach consensus?
That's in there right now.
Yeah.
But it is, yeah, once it's attached to advice,
it's part of the advice.
Part of the advice. But what if we did it as a reference instead of an attachment?
And can I weigh in here for a second? We have done this before. I'm trying to find examples and how it's attached on the board with advice. So if you want to pause it, I can put it in the chat.
I believe typically a sounding board would be transmitted by a transmittal letter for that advice, so we may have to do a little digging to find the example.
You might just decide to separate the 2.
Yeah,
and then bring this.
And then reference it.
I'm open to whatever. Liz had talked about it being, not when I was on the board, but I guess it was a practice. So I thought, whoa, that's an elegant suggestion instead of wordsmithing 10 pages.
I don't think I've ever sat in on a sounding board either, so.
And
maybe one.
Okay, and I'm going to just say, okay, based on the past year or 2, the wordsmithers on the board are sitting in this room.
I don't know how you can say that.
When the product has gone to the advice products over the last 2 years, have gone to the main board, we really haven't had any wordsmithing. The board reviews the document, each of the board members review it, and the wordsmithing has been done in the committee and in the IM team.
Because it's so good.
Pardon?
It's so good.
Exactly. The majority of the board members, like I said, outside of this group, because I can look at like 4 of you and know who's the wordsmithers. They basically rely on the committee to do it. Most of the board members don't want to get into it. Those days are over.
Well, so my concern though is we specifically excluded wordsmithing the appendix storyboard. So we would have to go back to IM and wordsmith that before we.
But if somebody, okay, so because it's part of the advice, if somebody from the board read it and said, wordsmith it, said, I don't like the way this sentence or this paragraph, it's not clear.
Right.
What would you do? Would you actually shut it down and say, we don't care?
I don't know. I think we would definitely want the IM team to weigh in and say whether we have consensus on this.
Because I think this is a good product. I agree. This is a good product. I'm just. Pardon?
It's textbook.
Yeah.
This is a good textbook.
Yeah.
Reference, but with the action statements, if I was Ed, who sits down there usually, he would say, well, as an answer of your advice, we're already informing you. We're already doing this. And he would, nitpick him. So we have to word these things a little differently to say we need to emphasis on certain subjects within it or that. But some of these blanket statements, especially towards the end, are kind of, you're daring DOE to change the way they do it. And so,
I have a completely different radical idea on
we have Simone waiting patiently.
Yeah.
Simone, jump on in. Stop being so
Cool.
patient.
Sorry. Thank you. I had a question. So for the sounding board advice, is it just not wanting to wordsmith this really long document, or were there any like contentious pieces in there that folks didn't agree on at the IM team already?
No, I just think generally we don't have advice. It's like 5 pages. So that's why we were looking at alternative approaches. And some of these are just really like, provide childcare, consider providing childcare, consider providing snacks, to make the meeting more accessible. I mean, they're just suggestions, but they're not really like
Advice.
Yeah.
Some of them are advice and some of them aren't. And we didn't spend 3 hours consolidating, condensing, and picking out what's an advice and what's a suggestion. It was just, these are the people who, were interested in how to do outreach well, and this is their input. It's not necessarily something that the board has, congealed around. So I think that.
But we were asked by DOE especially
Right.
for very practical suggestions to make meetings accessible and to engage the community in new and different ways so that, they can be more effective in their outreach. And that was we're trying to be responsive.
Yep.
To what Energy was asking specifically.
making this a letter as opposed to advice is the answer to that.
Yeah.
Okay, keep it off of the device.
And then we can reference it in the advice.
Yeah,
We don't need to.
And you can reference it years from now.
It's a sounding board that we would transmit as a sounding board of a small subset of the board. And then the advice could reference it. I think that's the cleanest way.
I'm not opposed, but
A quick note before we go to Chris and Liz. The discussion I'm hearing does differ a little bit from the agreement I recall us reaching in that case. I think the idea was that if somebody identified something that was missing in the sounding board, that we would be open to hearing that and having it.
It's been a while.
So we're gonna hear from Chris and then we're gonna go to Liz.
I don't think it ought to be part of the advice. Build on what Rob said a little bit. Some of this just sounds like meeting 101. You conduct a meeting, you do this, you do that.
but it's not always done.
That's true.
It really isn't always done very effectively.
It doesn't matter. If someone isn't gonna do it, this advice isn't gonna help them. This sounding board isn't gonna help them.
Well, the agencies asked for it, so.
What I suggest is to take bits and pieces out. DOE wanted some practical things how to do it. Some of the things don't need to be included to DOE, but I think there's some things in here that probably could. And you could say some of the practical things that DOE wanted to better and what we're doing and just pick and choose some of those out.
And that's the reason we didn't have this be part of the consensus, because it's gonna be cumbersome.
You know, a
Yeah.
little bit different. While I agree with you, Chris, we actually do want more than we need because we would rather have your list of everything that we can all go through and say like, oh, wait, because there might be something you think we can't do that maybe we can and we haven't thought about before. So we would rather you not cut it smaller. If you don't want to attach it to the advice, I understand that, but maybe you could submit it separate as a letter, or like Tom said, just submit that to this meeting and then reference it. You know, you can say that,
It's already attached to the agenda, so it's there.
yeah. But I would prefer you not get rid of anything that you have, because I would rather have more ideas than none. And then that doesn't mean we can do all of them, but there might be something you guys cut out that we might be able to do. Is my thought. But you don't have to attach it to the advice. Keep your advice at the smaller level and then reference your single big board.
And Liz, what did you find?
The original suggestion was about white papers, which get posted somewhere differently on the, with when there's a board product that's been approved. And in the past with white papers, they're really long, like can be 20 pages. A committee works on it for a long time and then the board is not going to sit and wordsmith it. Everyone agrees to the content and it can go forward. Because this is more of a sounding board, but it isn't, it's kind of this in-between space where it's suggestions from some people on the PIC or on the code committee. The idea, I think the workaround of what I was looking at with the advice, how it's been posted in the past, is you have the advice, there's a link to the advice, and right underneath the advice link, it says attachment. So they're both attached on the advice page. It's all in one place. You don't have to go scour the internet for it. And you could even hyperlink the document that's the sounding board with the advice. Does that make sense? So there's two links instead of one. And that's how we've done it for any big thing, for the permit, for EIS, anything where there's a big attachment. There's the advice and then there's the attachment. And they're separate links. But they're on that advice. They're not, you don't have to go find it. It's right there.
Well, that's the benefit of having PDFs instead of paper copies, is we can actually put the hyperlink in the advice and not have to have two lines on the website. We can just have it all in one.
Assuming nobody edits the website to move them after the fact.
That's true.
But I happened to start my professional life before the internet and computers. And an attachment is part of the base document.
Right. So a reference would be better.
A reference would be better, or like I said, this is good work. I don't see why you don't have it part of the advice. Yes, go pull the tank integrity advice. That was a long one. We've done long advices. I mean, it's only been in the last couple of years that we've gotten to going for shorter advices.
On the DOE website, there's under the HAB, and I forget the thing, there's a link to our values. And I don't know whether it's a letter, it's just a white paper, but there's a link to the values, HAB values on the DOE website. And I don't see, if we have something like that, I don't see why we couldn't post this on the website as well, title it something like community meeting structure or best way to run a meeting, something like that. And then you could reference it on the website, just like on occasion, we reference our values and that are listed on the website.
Liz and then Tom.
Yeah, just more for the argument of you have your advice that everyone conceptually agrees to completely. There's consensus on every advice bullet. And then sounding boards, and this is where I'm trying to find old meeting summaries, because in the past DOE would say, clearly there is an agreement on, say, like you could do one on grout right now. You would get lots of ideas from the board. It would be typed up in a word for word summary. That would be what sounding boards in the past have looked like. The board attaches it to a letter, or it's just part of the meeting summary, and then the agencies get to use that as food for that. This is how the board feels about this topic. Because there was interest in having this advice come more quickly forward and be put together, and there's lots of ideas in here that they're kind of like mishmashed together. That's why it's not saying the board is agreeing to all of these different things. It's a workaround to say, like, if anyone has any ideas, we don't all have to agree to all the ideas. Here are some ideas about how you can do public involvement. That's why it's a separate document. And then the other piece is the agreed upon. It's just simpler, I think, to do it that way. And I'm continuing to look. I'll see if I can find an old sounding board so you guys have a reference to that too.
And we're gonna hear from Tom, then I have a question for
So the reason that we, as an IM team, I think, it's been a while, didn't want to do this as a white paper from the board is because the only people who were able to contribute to the survey, which is what this is based on, the summary is based on, were the people on the IM team. So if we had more time, and we had 8 people take the survey, I think, and it took about 3.5 hours for me to compile the summary.
And then another couple hours
then
for me
another
to
couple hours.
edit your edits.
So
It's been a lot. It's been a
if
lot.
we had time to give this, to open the survey to the entire board and then did that process, I think I could see this being a board white paper. But because we don't have that luxury, that's why we're trying to figure out, okay, so it is now a document that the IM team has attached to this meeting agenda, so it's on the record. And instead of opening it to the entire board, we say, we're gonna reference this, but it's not part of, the reference is part of consensus, but the document isn't, is what we were thinking, so.
I mean, the timeline is our own timeline. Yeah, if we want to go a different route and allow more time and put it out and then integrate more ideas, we could do that.
Yep.
I mean, we were just trying to, in the first quarter, per the request of the agencies, get some advice and ideas back generated. But you know, because of the shutdown and we didn't have a meeting, there's all these things that happen.
And that's where I'm at, is okay, all right. And Tom will laugh because this is not, this is not normal for me. I'm gonna say, take the time to do a quality product. I'm not saying 2 years, which is what it used to take to get a piece of advice out. But let's put out, I'm pretty much guessing that even if you put it out, the survey out to the full board, you wouldn't get a lot more people than what's in this room providing input, based on my experience with sending out surveys.
Would we,
But
DOE friends, would we be able to send out a non-DOE survey to the HAB members and potential HAB members and past HAB members and just folks associated with the HAB? Okay. Maybe we could announce that in February and run it, if that's the way we want to go and take more time and.
My only concern with it taking more time is you guys have a lot of good information and we have meetings that are starting to come up, and I understand the shutdown happened, but that's also no one's fault in this office either.
Right.
So we would like to see where we're at. So I don't know if you guys could maybe just send the sounding board stuff that you have as an email and say, this is what we have, but due to the shutdown, we'd like to have some more time for advice.
It is on the record here, so it's available to the agencies if they
No,
look.
it just feels weird taking it before you're done with it,
Yeah.
without you guys saying that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if we want to do something just a little bit more formal as far as, like, we know you wanted this Q1, but we'd like more time so we could reach out.
Well,
to more
so is there any way to do that effectively before the next board meeting? Get the input and then.
It'd be a chair letter.
And then add new ideas to the to, you know, like if we got out, let's say we got out a survey, I'm just playing this out, next week, we ask people, we attach this and say, hey, here's all that's been generated so far. Is there any additional suggestions, ideas that could be added? We could add those and then make a determination on a letter at our next board meeting.
Which is February.
Right. I mean,
February 11th.
is that reasonable or not reasonable? And then we could just focus on the advice today for the rest of our time. But I mean, or we wait and we just wait a couple more months and we do both of them simultaneously,
In
right?
April.
Because I mean, the whole point of this advice was to be, have some practicalities
We're looking at,
associated
so we're
with
looking
it.
at February versus April.
Yeah.
Um,
February or April.
Because we have March committee meetings.
Correct.
Is that?
only if there's advice moving forward to April.
Well, but if we
Okay.
go for it,
Okay.
Kathy.
Oh,
sorry.
So you
mean-
guys were asked to provide the TPA with ideas on making a meeting better, getting more people
Well,
to
and
the
other,
meeting.
yeah, and other things too. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is if you just put it on the webpage, you're not giving the product to somebody who asked you for it.
So, yeah, if we're not doing a transmittal letter of the sounding board.
Right.
we're-
Oh, no, I'm saying we do that eventually, but it sounds like there's a desire to get some more input and make it, have it be a board
Product.
rather than just this committee.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's,
what I'm.
Or on just the webpage and say, this is, go look at this
Go
for
on
our
for it.
meeting idea. Right.
yeah, I think it's,
They
like I
asked
said,
for your advice.
this, to me, this should be part of the advice.
Right.
It's a case of, it's good work. It's asking, giving them what they asked for.
Correct.
Is the advice itself, it's pretty standalone from the county board, right?
Yes.
Did you guys try and get the advice ready today so that we could pass in February still, knowing that between now and then, we will go out for more answers and just add more to the sounding board that would be an attachment to the advice?
Could we then say in the advice, instead of the paragraph about the sounding board, and we could say, we expect to transmit a sounding board in the coming months.
I think you could do it before. I think you could do it with February. If you guys send the survey out, and Josh could shoot a survey out this afternoon or tomorrow, right? Like if you're just sending what got sent to you guys out from over, then you could give it a week. And then whoever, if you compiled it the first time, you would just add it to what you have if there's any additions. And then not wordsmith that secondary piece, like let it be everything. And you can say in there that it was sent out to
The whole board.
the full board.
And so that would be an up or down sort of white paper and
Yeah.
then, okay, yeah,
But get your advice ready today, especially if it is pretty standard.
Yeah, because this is the meat,
so I'm just looking at,
and it's good meat.
so 2 weeks before the February board is the agenda, is the packet time, right? So that would be
Sort of,
I'm not worried about that.
sort of these days.
in best practice. Right,
Yeah, like I said, today,
right,
when did we get the agenda?
I know,
I mean, everyone here already has that. So what you could do is have that highlight in the attachment, what you
Right.
added, if there was anything, and then just send it to the group, the week before for the board in February so that they can see what was added.
okay.
But I have the advice ready to go today, so you guys can pass in February.
I'm just trying to look at my schedule and figure out if I have time to consolidate any big new stuff before it would need to go to Josh so I think I could do it.
Well, next week is Martin Luther King week. And then the following week is the last week of January.
Right.
Then there's another week, first week of February, and then there's full board.
We'd be targeting last week of January to have this back out to this committee.
Yeah, send the survey out today or tomorrow and give everyone another week or through next Sunday.
Do you still have the survey
I will have to see if that is,
possibility?
yeah, and I can recreate it easily enough. I know what the questions were.
It might be smarter just to recreate the same one, so that way you know what the new answers are. You don't have to go back through and try and figure out what was before and what's now.
And so, before we clarify deadlines, I do want to hear from Simone, Rob, and Liz who have all been patiently waiting. Still, Simone.
Sorry, I just can't interrupt from online. It feels wrong. So thank you. I just wanted to say that I think that it's really important that we put out something that answers the question that was asked of us and put it out quickly. And it's also the role of this committee to comment on public engagement and ways to make it better. And I'll also just say that there is a possibility of another government shutdown that could happen that would kind of interrupt this whole timeline that we're discussing as well. So just, I know nobody knows if that could happen or not, but just, you know, throwing it out there. So.
Yeah, the optimistic backup would be for the April board meeting.
Well, we won't have a board meeting if there's a shutdown, so.
Well, we won't have a February. I
Yeah,
don't think
that's
we're,
what I mean.
I don't think we're gonna have a 2-month shutdown.
No. That's what I mean about the February meeting.
Right, so then April will be the backup.
So we'll plan for best case and then, you know, possible case. Go ahead from Rob and Liz.
Yeah, okay, so I think that the advice that we have here, being that it quotes other advices to reference, is that we have a packed amount of information in our files on public involvement. And I think this is a real simple approach towards it. And, you know, I know Dewey likes simple, okay? And so, if we could pass this out of committee today, I think that we have a good deal to get the guidance for it. And we could rename this guidance, okay? Instead of committee meeting structure and goals, we could say guidance for effective meetings or effective.
Yeah, we didn't really have a title for it, yeah.
Right, but anyway, you see the difference in one case.
Well, I'm willing to take the next half an hour here to work through this advice, if we're in agreement that we can get more feedback and create some sort of letter or reference, right? That then this would be associated with the advice.
I still think this should be part of this. I mean, yeah, if you call it a guidance, you're softening it even more. I mean, yeah, I know that's not a HAB term.
It's best practices really.
But okay, well, I have a hard time with best practices, just because that usually it's a strange overused term.
Well, true. I mean, I don't know if any of these have been scientifically studied.
Thank you.
Although some have been.
Many of them are really common sense, you know.
But if we're able to get this out as a transmittal sounding board from the board with a letter from the chair saying this is a sounding board, and then we can reference the sounding board in the advice without attaching it. It'll be parallel.
They work.
The only way that works is that we don't do any changes to this.
No, because we're gonna do a whole nother survey for the whole board for this, for the.
Right, but you're talking about
So this-
having this now.
Yeah, this.
We can't include this reference until we go through it and it becomes official.
Well, look, they can approve them in the same place and then I just time the way they're transmitted such that I get a link for one before the other goes. So it's
Yeah, Liz has something in the chat there and she.
Yeah, there's an attachment link for this agenda.
Can I propose a solution that would be very simple here? Okay, one, I don't think you should send the survey out again. It sounds like very clearly from DOE, they just want it now. Great, we send it to them. We have a link, it's already up. You don't even have to upload it to the website. You just use the one that's up there already. And instead of saying this attachment, you just say in the advice itself, where it says the board advises the TPA agencies to incorporate ideas articulated instead of in the attached. You just say the date of it, the December blah, 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 sounding board is part of the agency's ongoing public involvement practice. You don't use the word attached, done. And then because this was a useful process, you incorporate a survey once or twice a year into the COE's rhythm so that you can do this again, but you don't have to do it right now. You could do it in the spring, you could do it another time in the year and have Josh resend the survey and do the whole board. And the whole board will be kind of keen to what this is because they'll just have seen this process go through, hopefully, in February. Would be a suggestion that you don't have to do extra work right now.
So transmittal would be a letter from the chair. Would you be willing to sign that based on the results of today's meeting?
So that's not what.
No, she suggested just putting a link to this meeting,
Right,
right?
to this piece of the meeting on the agenda on the website. This is an attachment to there, so we wouldn't need a separate transmittal. But I do think if we went that route, we would need to, this doesn't have any context or, we would want to put a little paragraph up front to explain what it is instead of just a piece of paper.
Totally agree, because this is not dated, this is no
Right.
formal product. If the
Doesn't make-
if the link went away, how would you find this?
It doesn't say who contributed to it on the actual
This is,
document.
right now, as this is sitting here, and I've got a lot of years of document space. This, if that link goes away, you would not be able to find this. Everybody would be confused. You would never, if you didn't have a Liz to recreate everything, all this good work would go away. It's also not a formal document because it's not dated, it's not signed, it doesn't have a title. It's, you've got all your document stuff.
Right.
For those of us that have spent a fair amount of time writing procedures and other documents. So that's why it's like, I still go back to,
It's not controlled. There you go.
go back to including this as part of the advice. Yeah, do the survey. I don't see doing a survey every year. Because that's making work for yourselves.
Regardless of whether or
But
not,
it's-
regardless of whether or not we do another survey, the goal would be to get this through in February, so we
Yep.
would still be providing something to DOE now.
Mhm.
The have now, not real now. I'm willing to try to get the survey results compiled by the end of February, or by the end of January, if we can get it out. And then we can throw a little bit of extra context on the front page of this. And see where we land.
Yeah, because I think if, like I said, if you have these two together, they're tied together. It's official. And it's an official document. Official advice.
Yeah, but I do think that a transmittal of this separate from the advice as opposed to attached to the advice is going to make the advice pass. And there are those that will.
Okay, so, all right, I'm thinking this through. I do a cover letter for this. This is not a board product. I'm not signing out a board product. I'm signing out a committee product. So this is not a consensus, a board consensus.
Right.
And the only decision maker on the HAB is the full board.
Right. Well, if we open the survey to the board, then
it becomes a board
then
product.
you're submitting a board sounding board.
Yes. But then it's a board product.
Sorry for those of you who are bored.
Yeah, because it's a case of the only decision maker on, according to FACA, is the full board.
Right.
So and anytime I send something off, it's as the representative of the full board. So, yeah.
Which is why you're arguing to have this extra touch where we send out the survey and do that effort. Because then you could say, these are suggestions that have been shared from the whole board.
From the full board.
Okay.
And whether it's a standalone or attached, it's still for a full board product. Yeah, it just.
Cleans it up,
Pardon?
cleans up
It's
the
much
line.
easier
Yeah.
to convey the level of consensus or the level of input than these 8 people on this IM team who may or may not be board members, you know?
Yeah, so.
No, I mean, I like Liz's suggestion. I just want to comment. I see Simone, it's just, I do hear what Susan's saying, that just a link to this meeting, it is a little bit not permanent, maybe. I mean, hopefully, right? I mean, for public records that this meeting exists in the future, but like but who knows if the link or whatever.
Well, and we've Josh and I've gone through it over the years of trying to find historical records of when things were done, were approved. And it can be a bit challenging.
So can we go through the advice on the screen and try to get consensus on the advice?
So let me recap what we've been. So the idea is we resubmit the survey, everyone has their chance for input. Susan transmits that as a transmittal letter prior to the actual advice. And we reference that transmittal letter with a date, place, and time in the resulting advice. Is that everyone in agreement with this concept?
Or depending on timing, it still could be done at the same time.
Yeah.
If it's all, the timing works out, that this is ready for the February meeting, it could still be part of the advice.
Okay.
Because we approved this during February meeting and, this is ready.
Right.
Simpler to put them together.
So we're in agreement. How long are we, clarify timeline real quick, how long are we giving people for the survey?
Whenever you get it out, it should be at least
Do a week.
a week to
A week.
10 days. Well, it depends on if you're including weekends or whatever.
Okay, and do they get a chance to double check their, if someone has to consolidate it, do they get a chance to look at it again and make sure it's what they were expecting?
I can work with Tom on that last week of January to try and. It's just a pain because people give the same suggestion like 4 times and then you just have to put it into one, It's just a lot of organization.
And I think that the critical bit is the paragraph up front that explains that it's not word for word and it's a consolidation and.
Of thoughts.
Of thoughts and suggestions. So we just need like a little paragraph that introduces it and a title. And,
So if I give them till, say, the 23rd, then I can send that to Amber and Tom, we can reconvene at the ESC to make sure that's in shape to transmit.
Right, because that's a chair decision to transmit that. But this committee will authorize Sue to transmit it, I guess, right?
Like I said,
well, I thought we were gonna plan to discuss it at the board.
We'll bring it to the full board.
which I think we should bring it to the full board. I mean, we're on.
There's been a lot of work done, so I think we need to
Exactly.
honor that too.
Yeah. That's why it's like, I'm not gonna say it's a piece of trash and what were you guys thinking? It's just actually, it's answering the request.
Yeah.
And it is good work.
Question.
Okay.
Liz?
So,
Liz, Simone, are you okay with moving forward with this approach?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what the plan is. It's a little hard to follow the discussion. Can someone just restate step by step what the plan is?
We resubmit the survey tonight.
But I think you need to attach this document because
Yeah.
if people
Okay.
need to be told, read this first.
This is
If
what we've got.
something is missing, add it into the survey responses.
Yep.
But
And that's going to the have interested parties list, not to have members,
not just to have.
right? Not just to have members.
So it should parties list, we're talking past tab members or people who
And
were
people in the
expecting.
packet and people who were interested in the board. There used to be, everyone who used to get the have happenings.
Okay,
Even the embargo.
Yeah.
the embargo people.
We're not embargoed, Rob.
Okay, so that would be the first step. We get the responses. IM team managers, Tom and I will consolidate in new ideas.
Mhm.
And then have an intro paragraph and title. And then we will put that in the board packet and have a brief discussion in February about having Susan send it as a list of ideas and suggestions on public involvement strategies and have it have a reference to it
Or have an attachment.
or an attachment,
I mean-
depending on the will of the board in
Yeah.
February.
Because, depending on whether we want to have people be able to kick bullets off. Because people will want to kick bullets off when we try to get for consensus, I think.
Only the people in this room.
No, there's others that would.
So
But,
Liz,
yeah.
does that seem,
There are some in there that
does that help explain the process?
you
Yeah, I
never
think-
know to that. Okay.
Go ahead.
I think that the key difference to me when you're putting together a list of suggestions and thoughts is that no one would go back and say the HAB believes that. Like as a body, the HAB all believes that this is a great idea. It means that some people on the HAB have these great ideas that the agencies are interested in. So I just want to make that distinction because it is an important distinction that the advice is agreed to, the board believes, the board is asking, the board advises. The other things are not the board believes, the board advises. The other things are ideas from individual board members, and it's very different, which is why I keep coming back to that. So
That's the
anyway, as long
clarifying
as we're not
paragraph.
mixing
That's the
those
selling
two,
Yeah.
I'm
No,
good.
I agree. I think we're all on
Yeah.
the same page there.
Yeah, that's the clarifying paragraph.
Right.
Very, very important distinction. Yes.
Okay, so let's move into, if we're good, any other folks online? Nope, with questions? Okay, so let's move into the advice. And nothing on the first page has changed unless it was like grammatical from the last IMT meeting. The background executive summary. I made a few revisions to the second page which I'll explain came from the original executive summary that we were paring down. That Jerry had about a 2-page.
Jerry treatise.
So we had to break that down to a
Yeah.
paragraph.
Do you have the list of all the advice?
Josh does.
Okay.
Josh was wondering if we wanted to list all the advice, if you see the highlighted. I think Josh, you had a list of maybe 5 or 6 different bullets, or is there more?
No, there's more, and that's why I was asking how you want to display
Yeah,
that.
how much of this do we want to put in?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like we need an attachment.
That is an attachment. I would do that. See attached with 1 or whatever. Yes.
Okay, so food and food.
Or why couldn't you just list them and have a hyperlink to them?
Oh, that's just a pretty long list, Kathy.
Yeah, it's just gonna take up.
We all were
Oh,
there.
I
first.
see, sorry.
Yeah, we all
It's gonna
were
take
one
up
step
half
ahead of
the
you.
page In and of itself.
As formatted, it's a full page.
Yeah,
So
so,
really, full page.
oh yeah, I can say, yeah. But yeah, if that's attachment 1,
Okay, are we gonna go paragraph by paragraph then and get a queue going?
Was there was something from the cleanup priorities advice that we were gonna be
Yes.
adding to this one, right? Or is that to the other one?
The last
About the-
bullet
yeah.
in the cleanup advice,
Yeah, the regional meetings.
The big one.
and
it was a statement on public involvement, and we were gonna,
The sub
Yeah.
bullet, yeah, was gonna come into this one potentially. But I don't know if it fits or how.
And bring. Sorry for making anyone
Big
sick
one up
as I
top.
follow my document swapping.
Oh, about travel expenses for the HAP.
In regional meeting.
Public involvement and
Right.
overall.
Those
Got it.
online, it's the
Okay, let's
highlights
start
what
with
we say.
Oh, can we,
actually, it would go good in the sounding board.
Hmm.
Because sounding board has a couple things that are pretty similar to that.
yeah, the sounding board discusses the regional meetings as well as the Hanford dialogue in more detail.
So maybe it's covered.
But I don't think we discussed travel expenses for HAP. But I think we covered the other things, the regional meetings, Hanford dialogue.
Actually, you could probably put it down in partnerships and amplification
In the
Because-
sounding board.
in the sounding board, because there you're talking about use the HAB to help brainstorm and, the relationship between DOE and the HAB.
Sounding board.
One quick thought on this. If you want a response from the agencies, it should be an advice point. If it's in here, the agencies will say, thank you, this is great, food for thought.
No, yeah, it's true.
Goes back to my including it as an attachment to the advice, as part of the advice.
Yeah.
We might want to make it a bullet in the advice section, or
Yeah.
portions of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like, yeah, you can No, I'm still back to the, including the sounding board as an attachment as
Yeah.
part of the advice.
Well, we're not asking for a point by point response to the sounding board.
No, we're not,
That's the
but,
problem.
but at least it's included as part of the advice.
Okay, sorry for sidetracking there. It's just something that followed up from yesterday.
No, I had it on.
Let's get through the executive summary
Yeah,
then.
let's get
Let's
the background.
consider a bullet on the second page around what came out of the cleanup priorities
Okay,
meeting.
so we were on the second paragraph before I sidetracked. Sorry.
To me, the second paragraph sounds like it would be bullets under advice. As stated, it reads like that whole second paragraph is almost advice. Develop specific measurable goals, identify target audiences, understand how to reach different audiences. Those are almost advice bullets as written.
Well, that's the executive summary, so that explains, we're summarizing the advice.
Necessarily.
Well, I put them with bullets in like we've done otherwise it's.
Yeah.
Public engagement goals must be adopted for multi-year periods, updated each year. That's an advice, but these things aren't in the advice.
Yeah, that's the challenge of the new format that we're using with executive summaries instead of backgrounds. It's,
I mean, you can label it either way and have a friendly draft background / executive summary.
Yeah.
Decide which one you prefer.
Well, it's kind of part of a quote. We kind of quote some of our past advice on the clear goals are defined, stakeholders contribute early to the design and development. I guess we're kind of reiterating that on both sides.
yeah,
But this second paragraph was like over and over and over, we discussed in the
Right.
IM team that you have to understand when you're trying to do any kind of engagement, like who your target audience is, what are your goals for what you're trying to get out of the engagement, and then you have success measures. How do you measure if you were successful? So like that is the ultimate like kind of
so what if we
format.
take that second paragraph and move it to the right underneath advice on the second page? Because that's really the kickoff of the advice, right? And then the rest of this stuff is background.
And maybe the first two paragraphs of the advice is more background. Now that I read it, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's swap those.
It's more like background commentary that then, but it's not like, it's more like a, yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Again, this was being pulled together from like about 10 different pages, so this is a good opportunity to really look at it again.
Yeah, that makes
That's
it
so much on
perfect.
screen, unfortunately.
So you're saying it, and then you moved the second paragraph over.
To the first paragraph of the advice.
So this is the stuff that I added to since the IM team meeting. Remember I said, I want to make sure everything in the original executive summary
Yeah.
that, now I did not put everything, but I pulled some of the key points.
Some good condensing there.
Right. I mean, Jerry had a graph from the TPA survey. I mean, there was a lot more and I was like, okay, this is getting too, let's just refer that, because it's true that the last year's, at least last year and probably the year before, the survey demonstrated very low trust. And that's a concern because if people don't trust in what's going on at Hanford, then we can't get their support, right? Ongoing support for engagement in decisions. Because they don't feel like they're, well, what role do I play in helping with a decision? I don't trust that I can play any role. So that trust is really critical. And this is to your point yesterday, Rob, about continued funding and support. So I think I made a few changes, but it was I just moved stuff over from that original executive summary.
Josh, did you swap the first paragraph of the advice into the background?
Yes.
Because it's showing up here.
That's the
The green shows that's been moved, where the background one, yeah, the two new paragraphs.
You moved the first two paragraphs of the advice into the background?
Yeah.
Well, I suggested that it's kind of more background information, but it's up to any, if we don't want to move it, that's fine.
No,
I
I'm
just,
just trying to understand what.
Kind of a zoomed out statement or zoomed out view. See, we start with background, we have two new paragraphs from the advice there. And then the advice, we have the swap.
Okay. I have edits for the paragraphs that were just put in background.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to do that now or.
So, Rob, you have your tent up. Is that still about?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
No, it just totally changed by moving those around.
All right. So, what are your edits, Mia?
So the second sentence, the base of public involvement is education.
that came from Jerry's executive summary.
Base sounds really weird to
Foundation.
me.
Foundation, I think is what he meant, yeah.
Okay. And
Anyway, I just was moving stuff around. but
so
Feel free to edit.
then it's the, requires sustained public involvement to keep communities engaged, to build trust and to sustain funding. You can get rid of build two and just have build trust. And then two, you can get rid of the second one, sustain funding.
Oh, and sustained is in there twice. Maybe we can
Oh, yeah.
figure out another word there. Yeah. Support funding.
How about advocate
Yeah,
for funding?
advocate for it.
Advocate for funding.
And then the first sentence of the second paragraph should read the public's general knowledge about. So it starts get rid of general knowledge of members of the public.
Okay, so
Just the public's general knowledge. Yeah.
About the risks. Let's see, please. And that's all I have for the background. What is now about?
what do you think, Rob?
I think, the very first sentence, instead of education, it shouldn't be knowledge. Not education. People might take it from the standpoint, you gotta be an engineer to understand and educated, but you need to have knowledge of what they're doing.
It's probably a better word, because then we talk about education in the next
Or information.
information.
Knowledge.
No, knowledge,
Sounds
knowledge,
good.
yeah, sorry.
Okay, I have trouble with the first sentence in the second paragraph.
Okay.
You're saying that you're making a statement. The public's general knowledge about the risks from abandoning or delaying Hanford cleanup has decreased. Do you have any data to back that up? What's your basis for that
You have
statement?
to go back to the original executive summary.
Because I don't know if
Jerry had data from the annual survey showing reduced trust, because that's one of the questions, or there's a,
from the people that answered the survey.
right, but I mean, that's the only, that's the data
Yeah.
point.
It's a data point, but it's not the entire universe of
What if,
the public. I'm just kind of, it's,
we could say seems to be decreasing instead of has decreased.
I can, you're making a blanket statement that,
The word abandoning,
I see your concern.
okay, I just,
there,
too much time with lawyers.
there's never, ever been a discussion on abandoning. They've never made an effort to abandon. I mean, that's a pretty absolute word, abandon. To maybe minimize,
Yeah.
reduce.
You're
Reducing.
nobody's, yeah,
Okay, reducing or delaying, that might be,
What if we just say the public's general knowledge about the risks from Hanford has decreased.
But you can't,
Or, yeah, you don't have any, that's not definitive. What if we got rid of that sentence?
and we don't want it to be inflammatory, we don't want to inflame
Right.
the reader.
You could take that first sentence out and just
Yeah,
start with the results of the TPA agencies
Yeah, that's what
and
we
go
just
with
did.
that. I think that's the key thing there, that the following sentences.
So it seems like, boy, I think that the first one is saying yeah, I don't know how to best say it. Because it kind of fixes it at one point, and what we're really wanting is information on the progress and planning and moving forward and the safety and all that kind of stuff. And as opposed to, well, this is the background, and a lot of what we're requesting is an advice and on the sounding board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think as
Yeah,
background, it's fine
Yeah.
if you start with the results. If it was an advice thing as it is, then you might want more, Rob. But I think background, you don't need to get into.
As long as we get rid of that first sentence.
I think we're good.
Quick time check, you are in danger of encroaching on lunch.
Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. We're making progress.
Yes, we are. Let's keep going.
Okay, so the remainder of the background.
And then we have to figure out what to do with that second paragraph there, because
Well, we just need to change the issue manager to the board has prepared a sounding board. Transmitted under separate cover or something like that.
Well, it just, like I said, I think that if we have it ready to go.
Yeah.
With the advice, have it as an attachment to
transmitted
the
by the
advice.
chair.
Pardon?
We could just for now put
Yeah.
transmitted by the chair or
Yeah.
something, and then we can change that. Right, if we come up with, if the board wants to do something different, we
Yeah.
can just change
And
that.
then everything else can stay the same because we kept it vague.
Because it is a compilation of suggestions from a variety of board members. Very true.
So in the first line there, do we need to say since it was formed on this topic?
Oh, the first paragraph on this page.
Yeah,
Have offered many pieces of advice on this topic.
yes.
Yeah.
That's fine. Look at that. See, we got that done pretty quick. Lee,
Yeah.
sorry, these are my correct English.
Okay, advice or?
Yeah, let's keep going.
So we're okay with the background, moving on to advice.
Who's have?
And then do we want to take that second sentence and like Chris was saying, turn it into a bullet, or we have bullets below? I
think
don't
that-
know.
I think this is a good narrative summary.
Really?
and
Narrative is
going
okay?
bullets are.
Okay.
And we sort of repeat some things or clarify some things in the bullets.
Susan, do you want to reword best practice to something else? The first sentence.
Yeah,
Or how about just additional guidance on public involvement strategies?
Yeah.
We can just say that. We don't need.
thank you.
We didn't do any we didn't do any literature review on this. But we could, and you would find that many of these things are based on my own personal experience.
And you didn't pull the videos, the John Cleese videos on meetings and more damn meetings? You want entertaining on what to do and not do.
That is a good one.
Does laughter mean we're happy with this?
Yes.
Wait,
Okay.
did everyone's good with that paragraph? Okay.
Okay, and then next thing that you'd see are these bullets.
We just thought that this quote really was excellent from the 2010 advice. It really encapsulates a lot of the,
It's worth repeating and getting a response to.
early involvement, clear goals, asking stakeholders like the HAB to give their feedback early in the design of the process. Having an openness to actually listening. And the public can actually see that their advice had some sort of meaning to the agency's decisions. So that, I mean, it was just a really good. No need to like put it out there again, just repeat ourselves, I guess.
Say we've already said it.
We'll need to tweak the third bullet.
Third bullet. Okay. Here we go.
Encourages instead of advises, since we're not advising on it.
Yeah, yeah.
we- How about to consider and incorporate ideas?
Encourages to consider.
Yeah, because I mean, you should first look at it with the knowledge that it's not like a formal, we'll see.
And it's not gonna be attached, probably. Yeah.
I wonder for the fourth bullet, instead of the unique cross-section of stakeholders and tribal nations of the hub, to say unique cross-section of the interests on the hub, which I think covers everyone
Yeah,
better,
much cleaner.
Yeah,
because Oregon is not a stakeholder, right?
Oregon is stakeholders, tribal nations are not interests.
It just, it gets,
I mean, I don't want to speak for them.
So interests and
And the-
tribal nations, or if you're okay with stakeholders.
I'm okay with stakeholders.
Okay, well then tribal, the T and the N need to be capitalized because they were above.
Sorry, what needed to be capitalized?
Tribal nations should be capital T, capital N, for consistency.
What do you think, Chris?
I have one concern with these bullets. I think the key to this is the fact that there's low public trust. I mean, that's the heart of the issue. There's low public trust in what comes out of DOE, what comes out of the tri-party agencies. That's really the heart of it. How are these bullets gonna rectify low public trust and increase the level of trust?
We can't do that in one advice.
well, we could add to.
Then there's an inconsistency and a major gap in my view.
Well, in the second to last bullet, could we, I mean, that's what all these ideas that we're referencing will help hopefully to accomplish.
Yeah,
If- Can we say to,
Add another sentence at the end that says, something along the lines of, the ideas contained in the sounding board, are, attempts of board members to, provide methods of increasing public trust.
well, I was just saying, the comma, like the reference sounding board as part of the agency's ongoing public involvement practice as a way to increase public trust. I was just gonna add a little, but I mean,
Yeah, because we don't know that they're actually going to increase public trust. It's just,
Well,
we're brainstorming.
we're
ideas.
encouraging them to consider and incorporate.
yeah, you
some of
you
that.
can't guarantee the outcome.
Right,
You can't, you can do all the right
But to your point,
things.
we should reference the public trust issue again.
right. But if we, yeah,
But I mean, that's, if they do everything in that quoted section,
then they win.
Agreed.
When I was at Fernald, when Floor came in on the Fernald cleanup, this was in 1992, the public had zero trust. And the activist agencies there, activist public agencies, successfully sued DOE for $78 million because of that trust. And they never did trust DOE, they never did trust EPA, they never did. But who they did trust and what was very successful is before FACA and before the Fernald Advisory Committee, Fernald started an envoy system. And the Envoy system was just ordinary people at Fernald, not in any kind of organization, went out to meetings of the local activist communities, and there are a lot of them, and just talked about what was going on, because they were next door neighbors. They weren't the CEO, they weren't this and that. And within months, the Envoy system turned around very successfully, trust, because they were just the next door neighbor coming and talking to them.
But Chris,
And this would kind of go along with having someone from the HAB, just an ordinary person from the HAB, sitting in on the sportsman thing this weekend. And you might consider something like that, somehow getting that into a bullet. How do we get next door neighbor people out talking to people? Because they will be trusted as opposed
Maybe.
to more likely to be
You
trusted.
you don't have that unless you have information. And the whole point is that the TV agencies need to put out more information more often, and that's, but we're also.
but that's sounding board stuff, but you cannot guarantee trust. You can put all the information out, you can have people that are perceived as trustworthy and worth listening to, but you cannot convince somebody if they don't want to be convinced.
It depends
Trust.
who the information is coming from.
But you can't guarantee it. You can take steps to try and improve the possibility, but you can't guarantee it. So, sorry, go ahead.
Well, where you have the cursor right now, how about ideas for engaging community members to increase public trust?
Yeah.
And quick clarification, if we're saying it's interested parties, should this say, board members and interested public?
Well, if it going out to the interested parties,
In this, who are we reaching and missing? One of the best ways to reach different audiences is identify key leaders or trusted messengers in the community who can help develop, and then it goes on, not to develop information, give information. Who says who can help develop the meeting structure, blah, blah, blah. But I think the key is identify key leaders or trusted messengers in the community.
but where I'm at, Chris, is Brian Vance would consider himself a trusted member
Chris, that's
of the
absolutely something
community.
you should.
And there were a lot of people
When
that
you get
did not
surveyed,
trust
that's
what
something
came out of
that-
his mouth.
And that'll be part of the sounding board, but the question now is, can we live with the advice as written? And.
Yes.
You like
You're all about the lunch thing. Yeah. Tom likes, where's lunch today?
I don't know. I've got to be somewhere at once, so.
So there's another thing that we could, try parties is the effort by ecology to go off and identify the sportsmen. We probably need more of that. And so we might be able to direct them to go to the home show or,
Yeah, and it's not just them, but HMIS is managing external communications for DOE.
Right.
So it's kind of like DOE has an arm now that, can be doing the same stuff.
Exactly. And I think that maybe, that's probably more direct for people's knowledge to go up with some posters and boards and somebody talking, explaining to them, than if they have to go find a website that punch on a.
Oh, they're not going to.
link to do that.
Yeah.
And I think it's the fair would be another,
And
all
that's-
those kinds of things.
that's-
And Fury Ecology's there.
That's definitely in the sounding board, is to meet people where they are, right? That's what.
And if you don't see that in there, then add that so we can make sure.
Yeah, it's the same as the dialogue.
I think you'll be receiving that survey, so that's a great place to put it.
Okay.
So.
But good points, Rob. If we missed that, please suggest it.
You just look for more of those occasions.
Okay, so this is.
That's
really
right.
high
You don't
level.
have to create your own meeting. You can actually glom onto other community
It's both.
activities
If we attach.
where people are already going.
It's both.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
The advice is written. Do we all understand it? Appreciate it, support it?
Or if not, can you live with it?
Yeah.
You're just talking about members of the IM team.
No,
No,
This is a committee.
Oh,
It's the committee, you know,
We just all wordsmith it, so if we can live with it,
This
we can.
advice would then go to February's board meeting.
I'm not on the call.
You can participate.
Well, just a question. Is the sounding board, is that just a term we're using to get through this meeting? Is that gonna be a different term or is that?
that is an official HAB term.
I know, but is it, so that's going to be the official term, then therefore there'll be a sounding board?
Yes.
That's what's gonna be referenced in this letter?
Yeah.
A couple of final items before I can let you go. Do I have permission to edit this sentence to, allow for the attachments? It doesn't make a sense as is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and an assignment I would like you all to consider, is this advice really needs a title? It's really hard to put on an agenda when it has 3 work plan items assigned to it. All right, with that, I think you're all free for lunch.
Improving public involvement.
Yeah.
And growing, and something about trust,
Building trust through involving the public.
something to that matter, we can.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Well done.
Congratulations, Amber.
You only have a half an hour. Okay, we did it. All right, so then we are breaking for lunch, and when we get back, we will,
Nuclear waste programs, ELAC will be the subject of discussion.
yes, we kind of have an update from, is it gonna be Ryan or is it gonna be you, Ben?
Ryan might join, but I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay.
I'll be back at
24th.
There's some updates on that potential advice and kind of what's going on with the HEAL Act statewide and, right, public involvement planning that's happening. Or engagement, community engagement. So we'll have some updates on that and then we'll move into the, any other business for the next committee meeting and then have a little break and roll into twist.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
During the last discussion.
Okay, I think Amber has the floor.
Okay, well, welcome back. We had a shorter lunch, but we got it done and we're back for some more,
Grief.
hopefully not grief. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna invite Ben, and I don't know if Ryan is online or are you gonna cover this topic, Ben?
I'll be able to cover it, yeah.
Okay, so this is a follow-up on some advice that we have scheduled maybe more for the spring around, this was something that the community outreach and engagement committees had some brief discussion on. And that is that the state has a newer adopted policy called the HEAL Act, HEAL. We had a presentation at our committee meeting last September about the goals of HEAL. So maybe, Ben, you can kind of refresh our memory and the timeliness of our advice may need to, as I understand, kind of sync up with work that Ecology is doing and other agencies on engagement around the HEAL Act. So I'll let you take it from there.
Thanks, and apologies on behalf of Ryan for not being able to make it, but he's out on site, taking pictures of one of the Westcliff capsules, as they move it to.
Is it moving?
That's what I heard. Legend has it. So anyways, for those who aren't familiar, I'm Ben Pruitt. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the community outreach and environmental education specialist for the nuclear waste program. And the state has a HEAL Act, or the Healthy Environments for All Act, which was passed into law, I believe, in 2021. And I refer to that as our environmental justice law, making sure that people who are overburdened by aspects of our society have equal or additional treatment in terms of what ecology can do to limit their burden from environmental issues like clean water, but in our case, Hanford specifically. So in order to address the HEAL Act, Ecology has been drafting and putting together a an agency community engagement plan. And that's for statewide. How is the HELAC going to be implemented for at ecology's level? Now, we will also be I'm making a program level community engagement plan. And that will be focused on how can HELAC topics, how can environmental justice be brought into Hanford related topics, or central region or the Tri-City area, to make sure that the work that we do at ecology is inclusive of all audiences, to make sure that people are getting the resources that they need, where their voices are heard, based off of regulations that we have on the Hanford site. So those are the two plans that we're putting together. Again, one at the agency level, one at the program level. And then we also will be having a tribal engagement plan at the program level. And I think a lot of the, maybe there was some confusion back in September that tribal plan, we didn't mention it too much, because I think that planning got put together soon after the subcommittee meeting. So to add to it a third plan, including the tribal engagement plan for that. So that's kind of how our process has been moving for the community engagement plan. And where the HAB comes in for that is providing advice on how the program can, what the HAB sees from your constituents, from your communities, and how and what the program can do to address those and support those.
Ben, doesn't the HEAL Act, though, go further as an actual policy for the state around when you're making decisions about citing places, decisions about cleanup or other activities that you're considering? It's not just a public engagement plan. You're supposed to consider different impacted populations in your decision, I thought.
Correct, yeah. How ecology implements the HEAL Act will be done through those community engagement plans, and then an aspect of that is, oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Environmental justice assessments as well. So we are hiring environmental justice planners, not specifically at the program level, but elsewhere across the state. And they are there to make sure that if, water resources or water quality, which are other programs in ecology, if what they're doing has environmental justice impacts to overburden communities, that an environmental justice assessment is performed for those, for that type of work that ecology is doing. So the HEAL Act is broader than just making plans or talking about it. It's kind of putting action to limit the environmental burden on overburdened communities.
So with respect to Hanford, let's suppose DOE initiated some activity. I'm not going to put any kind of name, just a generic activity that in some way, shape, or form had the potential to impact people in the Tri-Cities and maybe around the Tri-Cities. I don't even know how it would impact her, just impact. So what would HEAL do in something like that? Now, DOE had first announced the program in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, they don't have to get funded. It'd appear in a 5-year plan, maybe, so on and so forth. Then how would HEAL impact that generic work, whatever it is?
So I would think that the HEAL Act would kick in when ecology permits or regulates the site. So the work that ecology is doing. So are there ways that ecology can limit the environmental burden on, let's say, someone in Franklin County, like a rural town in Franklin County that has a more of a burden of environmental issues towards them based off of their socioeconomic position and things like that. So it comes in when, so the HELAC would come in when ecology is permitting that work.
If the permit wasn't really applicable, then the HELAC wouldn't apply.
The HELAC applies at the state level, so the work that ecology does.
But only if there's a permit involved. You've used the word permitted a couple times.
Sure, yeah, and in two different senses.
I think that the question that's still being determined by the state is like operationalizing the HEAL Act. Like when does it, how is it used? For what purposes, when, where? I mean, that's just my understanding, is that it's in development. I mean, it hasn't really been used yet.
Correct, yeah, so there has been some work.
It's been a slow rollout.
It's been slow. There has been some work to kind of conceptualize what it might be. I think there was like I'm just gonna call it a tiger team, but like a small team of people that really think about how HEAL applies to ecology issues. To use another example that I'm familiar with the state level, if the state ecology says we need to adjust how water is flowing through a particular basin or an estuary or something like that, and there are communities nearby that feel the impacts of making that change, the ecology would step in and do an environmental justice impact study environmental justice assessment to make sure that their considerations, their livelihoods, and the actions that ecology takes doesn't have a adverse impact to them, to their livelihoods. So that's when the state's directly working with it. But I see some, there's that extra layer of thought and when it comes to Department of Energy actions that ecology is regulating out of the setting. So I think I see what you're saying, Chris, in terms of like how would HEAL kick into an action? But HEAL only applies to the work that ecology is doing.
Yeah, I was thinking from a public engagement viewpoint, if DOE knew that or thought that maybe the HEAL Act would apply to certain of their actions, but if they didn't see where I'm coming from,
right?
What would DOE want to do, or the tri-party agency to say, other than ecology? But what would DOE probably want to do? Has that kind of discussion come up? How they might interface with ecology or anything in terms of some kind of public engagement or outreach or?
Yeah, so that type of discussion hasn't happened in terms of, getting Department of Energy into the things that ecology is doing. But I guess to simplify it would be if ecology is regulating the Hanford site or parts of the Hanford site, we can apply the parts of the HEAL Act or considerations to keep in mind under the HEAL Act as part of that regulation to reduce the stress and impact on overburden. Yeah, sure. On different
So
populations.
can I maybe paraphrase that some of what I'm hearing, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. But we get a whole bunch of smart people and they determine that this segment of population applies to the HEAL Act. Okay, then the implementing tool, okay, for the ecology work, now they may do that on other people's work, but for ecology's work is through writing the permit. The permit would then have the requirements.
Or interpreting a
Or
permit
interpret,
in terms of the HEAL Act.
Yes, interpreting it. So that would be the action. It would be in the permit rather than in another study.
That's how I see it. But
okay,
we haven't done.
That's how I hear it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
As things are working. So that's how I see it, and I wouldn't argue with anything that you said. So, yeah, but we haven't had any instances where nuclear waste program has had to apply the HEAL Act in this one sense or another.
Right.
Not at this stage, but we hope to in the future in order to, make the most of this act and make the most for the residents and citizens of Washington.
Right. So another remote example would be if the city of Richland was gonna do something, they've got to get permits, okay, to do it. And then somewhere there'll be a HEAL Act interface with writing of those permits to make sure they build the building right, or they compensate for handicap in the right way, or whatever.
Yeah, and if ecology were involved in that
Yeah.
permitting, that's where need to be that assessment to say, hey, you're gonna, be, digging up ditches and putting dirt where people live. Okay, we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to talk to you about that.
Come look at the permit.
So has the state created guidance on what things would trigger the need to consider considerations of the HEAL Act? Is that what is still under development? Because that's, I think, why Jerry brought this forward as a topic, because it's a new policy that's still being figured out, but it could have implications here at Hanford for a lot of the work that is being done with the cleanup. So I think that's the question, and the idea was providing some feedback to ecology from this committee on how it might be used or helpful with the Hanford cleanup. I think that was the idea, but it sounds like there's still some things in motion and we should wait for some of these plans to be developed so then we can maybe comment on them. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, when you heard from Chelsea and B in September, she laid out, kind of what the state is looking at a broad scale, across the state. And then, I had a few minutes to focus on what we're doing specifically here at the nuclear waste program. So the agency community engagement plan that Chelsea was putting together was delayed a little bit. And I don't have a new timeline for that for, release, but I know that it was out for tribal input around the time when we all heard about it. And then from there, we make that program plan. In terms of your initial question of has ecology identified like what types of programs or what types of projects might activate the HEAL Act, if you will, that would come out in that agency-wide plan. I do know, I can't remember the specific terminology that's used in the act, but it's something along the lines of like significant agency decisions. If those are made, then there needs to be a review to see how the HEAL Act applies if the agency is making a significant decision of some sort.
So you kind of touched on what I was gonna ask. The work plan says ecology will share its agency-wide community engagement plan when finalized and will then seek advice from the board on its draft plan specific to ecology's nuclear waste program.
Right.
Okay, the requested advice was in second or third quarter. And so where are we because I don't do abstract real well. I want to see the plans.
Sure.
I want to see the paper. Because I can't do anything without seeing something concrete. It just doesn't work.
And yeah, so directly to that statement you just read, we don't have the agency-wide community engagement plan at the moment, right now. I don't have the updated timeline. I would expect it to be within spring, but I can't promise that. It's not in my data.
So are you waiting for that plan to then develop the program plan, or are you guys trying to do it in parallel?
Well, I mean, it's kind of in parallel. There were certain points from the agency plan that we know are going to apply to the program plan. I have a draft that I've been working through of the agency plan to apply to the program. It's also, I've worked in community engagement and outreach for a number of different agencies before this. So it's like, things are still the same going forward. Like you don't reinvent the wheel for outreach or education or anything like that. So how ecology wants to apply that to each of their programs will come in the final plan. So they're kind of moving in parallel, but one will reference the other because we are a program underneath the agency.
And Ryan's on the queue. Ryan called in.
Oh, yeah, he is here. He joined to back you up. Yeah, Brian.
Take your thoughts.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I was having, my screen was telling me weird things about my mic. Sorry to hop on so late today, by the way, and I'll be in person here in a little bit. I was just going to add beyond what Ben just said about everything. So when we're thinking about the HEAL Act, there's the HEAL Act, which has like different components to it, right? Community engagement is just one part of the HEAL Act. So if we recall back from the presentation that Ben and Chelsea gave back in September, and I can link it here in the chat, that they briefly covered, and in general, there's a couple different things the HEAL Act covers. It has things like environmental justice assessment, strategic planning, budget equity, tribal engagement, consultation, community engagement. And specifically where we're talking about is the community engagement aspect. So there's a variety of different triggers and different work that's to be done under the HEAL Act. The community engagement plan is just one of those triggers. And so ecology, the nuclear waste program is asking the HAB for, it's not advice on the HEAL Act or implementing the HEAL Act at Hanford. We're asking for advice on the community engagement plan component of the HEAL Act that we're developing. So we're not seeking advice, just to clarify, we're not seeking advice on overall HEAL Act implementation at Hanford or with our program. We're asking specific to advice on this community engagement plan that Ben's developing. Just to clarify that quick piece I had. And then there was another piece I was thinking of. Now my brain's farting on me. Yeah, give me a second. That might come back to me.
Ryan, this is Jim Doherty. I have a quick question. Is the HEAL Act strictly forward-looking and preventative, or is there anything, like in the Yakima Valley, right? EPA came in and listed them as an environmental justice community relative to their water issues and the demographics that are there. But I mean, if the HEAL Act had been in place before the challenges arose, maybe they could have done something. But is there anything after the fact?
Well, that's a good question. I'll probably have to defer more to our to Chelsea and our leads on the HEAL Act, but I think the way I kind of see it is, there's been disproportionate, harm to communities, and I'm not talking just about Hanford, right? There's other areas across the state that have been disproportionately impacted, communities impacted, environments impacted over the past, and I think the HEAL Act and environmental justice aims to mitigate those things that happened in the past to help give people access to resources and those kinds of things. So a bit of a non-answer, but I think kind of yes, Jim. I think it's we're looking back to help communities that have been historically impacted and to reach them, and then to also forward look is preventative in the future. I think it's a little bit of both. And I did also think of the other thing I was thinking of. So like Ben said, the community engagement plan was that's still not quite finalized at the agency level, but what Chelsea and Ben brought back in October was a bit of a preview kind of a piece to what the mostly final plan did look like at that point in time. And then to help that can maybe help inform where we're at here. And then to Susan's point about about working in abstract versus working off of like an actual rough draft of a document. I think our initial thinking with requesting the advice on the community engagement plan was we've heard from members of the HAB that you want to be engaged early and often on initiatives and measures, and that's what we're trying to do with this plan, was to try and get the HAB's feedback and input while we're developing this first draft. And then, of course, if there was specific feedback on the draft when it was, finalized and ready for comment, then absolutely at that point too. But, if the HAB ultimately decides you guys want to wait until, a draft is developed and actually review a draft and provide input on that, that's totally valid. We're also just trying to fulfill the request to engage as early as we can on things.
And then to get back to Jim's question, it doesn't specify only forward-looking. I don't know if that would, come into the terms of, into the lines of preparations for that past harm, but it doesn't specify that it's only forward-looking. So yeah, I don't remember reading through it and saying like, only future things. I don't think that's part of it. So yeah.
You've used the words environmental burden and impact several times. Who decides what an environmental burden or impact is? Can someone come say, oh, I'm impacted, I have an environmental burden? Or is there going to be some kind of guidance as to what constitutes impact? And
Yeah, great question. So the main resource that we use, we used to have multiple types of research. The main resource that we use now is the Washington Environmental Health Disparities Map. It's a map that you can look into proximity to a Superfund site.
We had a presentation.
Okay, yeah, so the Environmental Health Disparities Map. We also used to have EJ Screen and another environmental justice map hosted by the EPA, which are no longer hosted. So based off of the criteria that, kind of the bins and of the environmental health disparities map, that's where we can determine where an overburdened community might be related to particulate matter in the air or education level or
Income.
Language at home, those sorts of things. It's mainly like language, income, those sorts of
There's their criteria that defines, that lays that out.
Right.
You're talking to a bunch of engineer technical people here. Concrete, it's like, you've got
That map probably has a description of how the mapping,
yeah,
what data point went into the mapping.
So the data from that map are based off of US Census data. Yeah, and it hasn't been updated, I think, since 2019, so it's a little slow still, and I think it should be, or it should be updating soon. But I don't know the ins and outs of the map. But
There's a link in the chat.
Of
Thank
the
you.
criteria.
Thanks, Jordan.
But census data is driving how those bins and how those qualifiers are represented in the environmental health disparities map.
Okay, because it's like, yeah, I'm the same way as Chris. It's like, if somebody walks in, if I walk in and say, I'm environmentally impacted because I know the buzzwords. How do you say you are or you aren't?
It'd more likely be the mayor of a community.
But it's a geographic.
But there's
People
yes,
based on a bunch of different data points.
But,
Yeah.
but if I remember correctly, when our presentation we got, it was in the development. And there were certain things pointed out, and the fact that the west side of the state of Washington had all these commitments, and then our side of the state was almost blank. And it had to do with, they didn't have a correction for population. So if they have a minimum set off of population that could be affected in order to do their screening, they came up red. Sparsely populated areas, there wasn't enough population to determine the disparity.
Hopefully, I think that's been updated because I'm familiar with the mapping because actually it's outside of Spokane in our airport area, our West Plains, we have some PFAS contamination you might have heard about. And it's a very rural area between kind of the airport and when you go down the hill into Spokane. And everybody's on wells. And it's interesting because when we were going to the federal government, maybe asking for some funding for cleanup and filtration of this area, it showed up as a disproportionately impacted area on this mapping tool, but not on EPA's. So you guys are using slightly different criteria. And I actually think the criteria that we're using as a state is a little bit more detailed. It's looking at rural, it's looking at income and other potentially, anyway, it was just interesting that the two maps did not match up in this particular
Right,
instance.
you think they would, and
Which was a barrier to going to the federal government for funding, but.
And I know the map, like, the map has been updated, but the date, to 3.0, draft of the EHD map was launched in early 2026. So there's a new, I guess, more factors and categorizations that this map looks at now. However, the census data has not been updated to the 2020 data that was collected then. So it's still using 2019 data.
Oh, it doesn't use the 2020 census data.
Right.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and that's what I think their next step of updating it is like, let's get this new data, now 6 years old, into this map. So they have more criteria for the EHD map, environmental health disparities map, but they're still using old census data, if that makes sense.
So in terms of.
Can we get this as a topic of a presentation sometime in the near future?
Well, we had a presentation in September to the Outreach and Engagement Committee, which was, you know, basic information about the act and then a little bit of info about this community engagement plan they're working on. But it sounds like, I think we thought at that time that it was going to be out and it's not out yet, right?
Correct.
Is that
Correct,
accurate?
I
Yeah.
was talking about the map.
Oh, no, but the map,
Yes.
it would be, I'm interested in it, but maybe we find out when they integrate the latest
Data,
census data, that would be the most helpful, but yeah.
I wouldn't know, yeah, did have a presentation that focused.
So we didn't
on
have the map presented.
Of the map in March 2024.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember something.
And Ryan also had something to add.
Oh, at the
Well,
COE.
Josh, you stole my thunder. I was gonna say the exact same thing. Yeah, we did the obviously we had the presentation last year, which focused on the community engagement plan, and then Chelsea did talk and answer some questions about the map and some of the criteria stuff you guys have been talking about. So I really encourage, especially those that weren't there,
Yeah.
you can go back and watch the recording. And then like Josh said, like 2 years ago at one of the meetings here at our office, we did a presentation that and spent some robust time walking through the map, and that'd be a good resource if folks want to look back and you can get a good walkthrough of the map from back then too.
Josh, could you put out links to us on via email?
And
Great, so circling back to next steps for the HAB then.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're waiting
Still
for,
that
oh, do you mean Ryan or Josh? Oh,
Ryan.
Okay.
Or Josh?
okay, Ryan, do you want to send out those links?
Yeah, I'll track down a couple things and send them to you if you want to distribute it to the committee, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, I'll send you something.
So Ryan and Ben, it sounds like at this point, we're in a holding pattern for this particular advice item until we get the state completes the draft plan.
Yeah, because you need to see the plan in order to curtail your advice.
Yes, right, yeah. Okay.
If not, then the HAB would be making the community engagement plan for ecology without seeing.
Well,
Oh, we can do that.
we could, but, you know, but I don't know enough about the HEAL Act
No,
or
no.
implementing it
Sure,
to know what makes sense and what doesn't.
right.
So it's kind of like throwing spaghetti at the dartboard.
So
Very messy.
we'll put this on our watch list, and as, I guess, ecology, as soon as there's anything that's published that we can start reviewing, you'll let us know. Okay. All right, but thanks for reviewing, and I must have missed that meeting where the map was presented, so that's great that was already presented.
It was over in the ecology offices. I remember the meeting.
But there was the problems with the population. And that's why they kind of,
Well,
you know,
it's like,
take a look at that. And so now, the other thing is it seems like we've got all pieces of this. And they're finally starting to integrate now. Now that we know the plan, or we know how the plans can be developed, then we're gonna know how the permits can be developed, then we know how it's gonna be handled. I think that's really important. That's my understanding right now.
Because at the state level, we need that data in order to like know where to go. You know, who to talk to and what types of people to talk to and what, you know, they might be, what the data is showing for their livelihoods. And then the added piece of going out into their communities to ask them, you know, what can ecology do to help improve your lives? And, you know, that's my position is Sarah and my position is to do that and do it with an environmental justice focus for Hanford issues and nuclear waste program issues.
All right. Any other comments on this one? Thank you for the update. Sorry, we don't have a plan yet to review or give feedback to, but hopefully soon.
Okay, so Ross.
Ryan, did the capsules move?
They're still in progress. There's yeah, it'll be moved in the next couple days, I think. Any day now, just like they said. There was a little hiccup with just moving part of it out, but they're working on it.
All right. So then we just have our subcommittee business. And what does the calendar look like for when we would have our next meeting? It sounds like on the advice and on the sounding board, we have a plan that we don't need to meet in, you know, the next time we would touch that would be at the full board meeting, right?
I think there's an agreement that writing assignments, given the context for that sounding board, that it makes sense without being attached to the advice. But,
I'm gonna still push for it to be attached to the
Sure.
device.
So at the full board meeting.
So I'm signing out
we will
one
have to-
letter. The
But at the
advice.
full board meeting, we will have to review the addition of the like top paragraph and title and those things, right?
yeah.
We won't have another committee meeting before then. Okay.
Yeah.
So then what would be what's our work plan look like and when would we plan to have our next committee meeting?
So the next one on the calendar would be either May 6th or 7th. So, oh, no,
We have a,
a multi-stage,
okay,
multi-stage process being on screen. So, update the look ahead that we touched on back in September on the screen here. What was on there at that point in time would be review of the TPA public involvement survey results, assuming that is complete and ready by that point in time. I believe that, Ryan, can you remind me of when that closes?
February 26th.
Wonderful. And then one of the advice items that was identified to look at that point in time will be increasing HAB member and public participation. I don't believe we've identified how we plan to get that draft ready.
okay, so are we still planning to have two? I know we've been in flux and we've been moving and adjusting this year, but are we still planning to do two HAB meetings in a row then, like in February and in April? Okay, so, but will there be any committee meetings to generate stuff for the April board meeting then? Guess I'm not really following how that would.
We,
Had the same.
well, I guess I could say it's different for every subcommittee. So if there's advice that you guys think if there's a meeting, we could give you guys or a break in February so that you guys can work on that advice and be ready by April. We can do that. I don't know unless this, like maybe the ecology one, if that stuff comes out by then, if you guys could work on that one before, but we don't know that date. And then, I guess if there's anything you would need for that highlighted one, but I feel like we almost combined two advices because they were really similar. So,
Well, but this one wasn't part of the two advices
No.
that you combined.
okay.
Yeah, I've got the hat. This one, I will, Amber, here, take a look. Oh, it's the second one down.
So if there's something,
I don't think it needs a presentation.
I don't either.
I think
So-
this is,
Yeah, I mean, we can.
Well, and this is where you could put something in about like travel, paying for travel and things like that. That's where that really fits better than in the overall public involvement.
this one could be more of a sounding board.
We've talked about it a lot at our meetings, but we haven't really compiled all of our different suggestions, right?
Be another survey.
It will become the sounding board committee.
But this to me is more of it's mostly the committee work. Because there's no presentation.
So we can work on that before April.
We could, but I mean, we probably would need like a virtual meeting or something for everyone to be able to have a discussion. So.
Yeah, I think.
I wasn't sure if we were gonna adjust the committee meetings and board meetings now, since we kind of got off our schedule.
We're trying to.
No, we're trying just to get back on, okay? Because I mean, we may want to look at some March committee meetings then if because we're gonna have to, if we're gonna discuss this, we have to have a forum to discuss.
Yeah, if we had a committee meeting basically a working committee meeting, we could produce a draft advice. Or like I said, sounding board.
We could do a survey before to get initial thoughts and then work on that, yeah.
We already have an approval for the February date for the full board, so you could always just take some time from that at the end too, if you want to talk about it and put an IMT together.
And even if you don't do an IM team, you could just do a committee meeting, a committee working meeting.
So what would you recommend that we try and set up an IM team right here to start working on that and kind of create a plan, or what do folks want to do?
I wanted to say if it's gonna go to February, we wanna know pretty much ASAP, because
Not February. No, she was just saying like,
You can talk about it.
we could have it, you could make an invitation to join the IM team, because anyone from any committee can join an IM team,
Public
right?
as well, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we invite participation in an IM team at the February meeting, and then we'll go from there with scheduling out a conversation or a strategy around a survey or something.
and so
I just see that we're gonna have to have some sort of committee meeting or conversation, so we'll have to figure that out.
so if I'm following February, it's kind of like a committee reports thing where you're recruiting and then you come up with a plan after that point, rather than talking about it in the meeting for ideas.
Well, if we wanna come up with a proposal here, and then I can report that out at the February board meeting, like, hey, this is the proposal to work on this advice item. Here's what we wanna do, who wants to join the IM team?
You should, give a title to it.
For increasing HAB member and public participation.
Yeah,
That's my
yeah.
title. It's right there.
The earlier one was just a really long title, which is why I'm pushing for it.
Oh, I see.
I think it's a good idea.
To me, it seems like another opportunity to do a brief survey where people give their ideas and then we compile those and then we talk about them at a committee meeting and then come up with a list of ideas and suggestions, and we can turn it into advice or, we'll have to figure out those steps.
Yeah, because, my experience with surveys, and I'm sure you've got similar experience, a lot of people don't respond. If they're in the room, they're gonna provide input. But if it's a Survey Monkey survey, all too often, they hit delete. And so you're not getting you're getting some input, you're just not getting.
Well, I think we could make a pitch at the HAB meeting though, to say, hey, think of yourself when you were a new member, think about these things. What could we do better? How could we engage? How can the HAB play a better role in that? I think we can give some guidance, and at least members of this committee should fill out the survey.
Yeah.
The sounding board already had a number of items concerning that second advice topic, public participation and so on. So if you have
Well,
two advice items,
Yeah,
really,
maybe we need to
some
clarify.
elements are almost identical.
Maybe we need to clarify if we meant by that public participation in the HAB. I didn't know. Where we might have to go back to the goals or the statement.
Well, the statement in the work plan, increasing HAB member and public participation. So HAB members, increasing HAB members and public participation. Discuss strategies and provide recommendations to engage with and promote the HAB to the community locally and regionally. Discuss strategies to increase HAB member engagement and improve retention. Discuss strategies to improve communication with HAB member constituencies.
Right, so
Okay,
it's
so
more
that's different
HAB
than-
related.
And appeared on the abbreviated tab.
Understand, that's why I brought my work plan with me this week.
Yet again.
Okay, so it's more internally
Yeah,
focused
Yeah.
and kind of organizationally
that's good
focused.
clarification.
Okay. Good, because we already did, we just spent an hour on the other topic. Okay, well then I will make a pitch when I give my chair's report I'll let folks know that this is an upcoming topic. We're looking for members to join the IM team. Here's the goals. I'll reread the goal of the advice and, or work with Ryan on, some survey questions that might capture what we were looking for there.
Now, Amber, I don't know if you were on the HAB, but Susan, you were. Going on 2 years ago now, we put out a survey to all HAB members.
Yeah.
And some of these things appeared. How do we increase HAB member participation? How do we increase retention? How do we do it? We had a long survey where there's gonna be some kind of follow-up on it. And there never was. It sort of fell dead. But
But your point is, there's already some data, so we should use that as
a lot of
the
data,
first
because
data.
you have
Yes.
a lot of input from the HAB at that time. And this
Good point.
This
Well,
was before COVID, I think.
I think it was right
No,
after
we did
COVID, when I was on the board.
okay, all right, so it would have been before COVID. But
Oh,
since COVID, we didn't do any, we did a member engagement survey with Brian.
right, that's the one I'm thinking of.
And then we did a lot of round robin questions at board meetings.
It was kind of a
Because this was a big one with Mike.
formal survey, and I forget the guy, the member who was gonna put it all together.
Brian Moreno. On member engagement.
But we do have data from that, so
Yeah.
I agree, we should pull that out and make a little synopsis of that data and make sure we send it out, so
He
people
did all
aren't
of
just.
that.
So we just need to get that and we'll put that out, so people have some context, and then they're not like repeating ideas that are, already have been generated.
Yeah, he put together a presentation that we gave
Yes.
as the meeting because.
Yeah.
But
Good
yeah,
point, so we can look at that, and
So, we can work on a survey and pull previous data. Or between us, we can figure out where that.
I'll work with Josh on it.
So, okay, so the pitch is at the February board meeting. Are we aiming for a review at a COE meeting prior to April? Or are we looking to prep advice for May?
I mean, we'd have to put a meeting on the calendar for March or something in there.
Yeah, but you can do that, work that out with Josh and we'll pull the equals out, asking for it.
Well, I guess I'll ask if committee members are willing to do a March meeting to discuss what we get back from the survey and how to present it in April. If committee members are willing to do that, then I can work with Josh to get out, find out what would be a best date and time.
as long as it's not during the week you're out of town.
Yeah, don't even get me started. I'm only in town 1 week. Okay.
That was
Okay.
part of our lunch
Yeah,
discussion.
that was me ranting on the way back.
Good
from
week.
lunch. Oh, Chris.
You'll take it out to me in a few minutes.
No, that's okay.
Amber, before you close out, I want to go on the record and resign from Tom's committee
Oh,
and take
okay.
a step up and be considered over vice chair of the COE. So
Ooh, you've been placed
Ooh.
as more important than Tom. His fragile ego.
Tom's not here.
Do we need to put on an agenda to, how do we go about doing that?
I'll vote on it.
We're just
Okay,
Because
go ahead.
nobody's in the role, so we can just vote to fill it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Vote.
are there any objections?
Well, has anybody made a motion? You volunteered. Somebody want to make a motion?
To unvolunteer him. I'll
Yeah,
make a
to-
Does anyone want to say, I would like to, I probably shouldn't do it as the chair.
I move that we elect Jim Gordy to be vice chair of COE.
I second
Do you accept?
Sure,
Are you willing to serve?
yes.
So there you go. Then you just said, if there's no one in opposition, we
have consensus.
All right.
But
Thank you,
Jim, I want you to know something.
Hmm.
If you go out of town for a few weeks, you may come back and find out you're the chair.
Yeah, good point.
All right, well, good. Thank you, Jim. I'm excited. I'd
No,
love to
I-
have some
I-
more support.
Yeah, no, I sat down and talked to Tom and talked to DOE and it just seems like Tom was very much behind it and he's got some plans relative to that position. So I'll leave it at that.
That's almost scary.
So just
Great.
philosophically, we've been discussing about engagement and things that they all boil down to the same thing. Okay, whether or not for more members to our thing, community understanding, knowledge, participation, et cetera. It all comes down to, can we get them interested? Somebody's got to be interested in something to be attracted to us. So what do we have that makes it interesting? You know, some of us are here sure of duty, some are, I don't know what, some I have to be here because of work, whatever, but what is our magic sauce that makes us want to do it? Yeah.
That's what we want you to figure out.
Yeah, okay. The question's out there. Do we have a magic sauce? Do we have something that's really interesting that we do?
Well, and it's gonna be different for everybody. what I find interesting is gonna be different than what you find interesting.
Well, right, on a technical level, you're kind of getting there, but to that second look, say, maybe I would want to help. Maybe I would want to do that. How do we get that? And I think, I don't know, maybe it just lots of exposure. Do we need to have signs and watch down George Washington Way? They'll notice us. But, I just think there's a common thing to all of the desires of DOE for this committee. Really boils down to is we gotta figure out what makes people want to do this, to help. And, yeah. There's a lot of good citizens out there.
The problem is a lot of those good citizens just don't want to be involved in one reason or another.
Well, you got a lot of good citizens are just very involved in all kinds of different things. I mean, it's like I'm on several boards and everybody I know is incredibly busy with family and kids and work and all in organizations that they're very passionate about. So it's not a case of, they don't want to do anything. It's just like they're just stretched thin.
I think that's a better way of putting it. Yeah.
I mean, it's just.
Of the small, interesting people, they're already interested in something else and not us. Okay, yeah.
Well, there's something for everybody, yeah.
No, and I think it's about like, how do we also keep the work accessible and not too, I mean, yes, it's the challenge with Hanford is just all of the technological aspects of it, right? The cleanup, but ultimately, what is it we're trying to do? We're trying to protect the land, the water, the river, and make sure future generations can enjoy this area, right? Just like many people do today. So, I mean, I think ultimately it's like one thing that I find challenging is a lot of that's why this committee for me is interesting, because it's more about how do we engage, how do we listen, how do we build trust? Those are things that I'm got a lot of experience in. I don't have a lot of experience in some of the highly technical things that are going on at the site. So it's hard to, I think we need to keep working, and this is where we can have more discussion at our next meeting. But we need to keep working on how to keep the content accessible to new members coming in so they can get up to speed and feel like they can, I mean, Jim, I see you like looking over there because you're relatively new to the HAB. And I'm sure it's been a lot to engage in certain committees where there's a lot of technological.
Still like that.
Yeah. So that's the challenge. I think for the average person that may really believe in the mission of Hanford of cleanup and what's going on, and they may have a family connection or they may have a connection to the land or the water. But what would, sometimes I think it's challenging to get involved in conversations that are too technical. But then how do we give advice if we're not having those conversations, right? So it's a challenge. It's always been a challenge.
Well, here's another thing. Hanford's been around for a long time. And it's been undergoing remediation for a long time. And when you look at the life cycle plan, it's going to be doing the same thing for 50 years. And so the question is, how do you get people interested after 5 years? It's the same old. Yeah. Today we produced another 3 cylinders of vitrified glass. We pumped another 100,000 gallons of water. Tomorrow it's the same. 5 years from now, it's the same. So there's a length of time frame that's considering too. And going back to Fresno, there's some lessons learned here. When we finally shut down the DOE site at Fresno, no one cared, really. The activist environmental groups were no longer around, and they hadn't been for several years. DOE just wanted to get rid of it. For the last 2 years, we only had one DOE representative on site, only one, and his orders were to do nothing not to give any directions, do nothing, and only report back to headquarters if there was a radiological accident. Ohio EPA didn't care. They wanted to get the US EPA. We didn't see them for the last 3 years at the null site. No one cared because it was clear that the site was going to close and it's just a matter of time. There was light at the end of the tunnel came. Even the employees didn't care, and a lot of employees found out that they got they got jobs much better than they ever thought they were, because they were local communities and local employers viewed them as being on a winning team. And so even the union people who were concerned initially, they got some really good jobs because they were viewed as being members of a winning team. But it was a length of time, and that site, the length of time was much, much shorter than the length of time this site is going to be. So there's a length of time saying we're doing the same thing day in and day out for a long time. How do you keep the interest and the public and people interested over that length of time? That's really going to be a major consideration going forward.
Sounds like you demonstrate the need for that advice to be developed.
All right, anything else for the committee? No? Thank you, Jim, for stepping up. All right, we'll take a break.
Welcoming TWST.
If we have a short break, I don't have a lot to say. We could get done quicker and get out of here.
Should we open up this expected time just in case we have new participants?
Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah, well, let's just go ahead then with the break. Come back.
We'll resume at 2:45. And microphones are live. Are live broadcasting from Richland. We've been running a COE meeting. We're now beginning a TWST meeting, welcoming potentially new participants. So some administrative items. This meeting is being recorded and we'll post it to the Hampton Site YouTube channel. We take attendance for the Federal Advisory Committee Act. And we would appreciate it if you would sign in. The sign in please is located by the bananas.
In case you can't find the board, look for bananas.
They're still, okay, they're still bananas, good. We've had owl sounds today, we've had bananas, yeah, it's.
Towards the end of 2 days.
It is 3 o'clock, I can tell.
And because it's 3 o'clock, I'll save you from hearing the meeting ground rules again. How old are your eyes and ears? Please speak towards them, even if the person is, say, behind you. Try to angle yourself a bit. So we're welcoming Chris as the TWST chair. Do you have any statements before we begin?
Yeah. Typically, at the start of a meeting, we go around for introductions, but I don't want to do that. There's not a lot of time here the remainder of today, and we want to leave ample time for discussion. So rather than people who have been here for the last 2 days be introducing themselves, maybe if there's new people either online or in this room.
Right behind you.
Yeah, who haven't been here yet, maybe you can introduce yourselves and your organization.
Jim Alzheimer, myself.
Okay.
Anna Calloway with HMIS Public Involvement.
Okay, and anybody online, Josh?
Yeah, potentially. At least one. Would anybody online like to raise their hand? We can introduce you. Start with Liz.
Hi, Liz Matson with Hanford Challenge.
And Matt is ready to go.
Matt, is it Hawaiian shirt day? And I didn't get the
For me,
memo?
it is. It's foggy and cloudy and dark, so I bring in a little liveliness to things. But no, I've been here in multiple meetings. Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy.
Dan McDonald.
Good afternoon, Dan McDonald with Ecology.
Is there anybody newly joining us that I've missed?
Yeah, Cole Caldwell's here. I just hopped on. Or Ecology, sorry.
Well, for the rest of the afternoon, we're gonna have a couple of discussion areas, revolving around the tank waste mission and the holistic agreement, as, involving public engagement and public outreach. And I think starting off, we're gonna have an overview, from Dana, on what has already happened in terms of public outreach, and comments as related to the holistic agreement. I will follow up, with status of the specific advice that's been proposed for the tank waste, committee. And what I'd like to do to save time is rather than have a discussion after Dana's, because mine is going to be fairly short, and there's going to be some overlap between the two presentations, to have maybe a more extended discussion following mine. And DOE and EPA representatives can certainly take the lead in that, and then follow up with general comments or discussion from tank waste committee members, other members of the room, or members of the public. So if that's okay with everybody, we can go, and Dana, it's over to you. Or is Ryan giving it?
Ryan will do it.
Okay. Ryan, it's over to you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to set the record. Okay, let's maybe Josh pull up our quick slides, and then I dropped off some slides in the back of the room if folks want a copy.
Pass them out.
Yeah, sorry.
Just roll back.
Thank you.
Of course. Ryan did a nice job.
Got one.
Yeah, one.
Okay, so Chris did a good job kind of introing on what we're gonna present on. So there's a piece of requested advice from the agencies and the work plan that kind of relates to the tank waste mission and kind of implementation of like a holistic agreement. So I think is that kind of conversation started last year. There was a request to do a bit of a recap of the public involvement that happened when the holistic agreement was kind of rolled out. That's almost 2 years ago now. So we'll just go ahead and roll ahead. Josh. So again, let's go over a bit of a timeline of how things kind of shook out. And then kind of just the different things that we kind of went through, including, briefings, the comment period, the public meetings, media and advertising, the response to comments, and finalizing the agreement. So, guys, look at your slides. We've got just a timeline that we'll walk through over the next couple slides of kind of the rough timeline of how things shook out, starting with the conceptual agreement that was announced in May 2023. Obviously, this process started years before this between the agencies when they started the negotiations, but the agencies released a public joint announcement in May of 2023 that a conceptual agreement had been announced and that we were working on finalizing proposed changes to the TPA, to the tri-party agreement and the consent decree. And then about a year later, we announced the final agreement and the proposed changes. So the proposed agreement was announced. That was in April of 2024. So between April and May, there was the informational briefings we'll talk about. We had the public involvement materials and meetings that were all kind of starting when the comment period started, and that effort carried on through September. Had a comment period that was ultimately extended to 90 days. There was, again, the public meetings. We'll talk a bit about what all that entailed, and then, the kind of the follow-up actions of, responding to comments, issuing the response to comments, finalizing the agreement, and kind of where we're at today. So, kind of kick things off with between in April and May, and even after May, honestly, there was a wide variety of briefings that the TPA agencies jointly conducted to notify, various audiences about the agreement and to provide informational briefings. This included, briefings with a wide variety of our representatives from the Russian delegation, tribes, state legislators, the Hanford Advisory Board, where we came and did a briefing in early May to the HAB back when the agreement was announced. The Oregon Department of Energy, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Boards, TRIDEC, Hanford Communities. So one note I did want to share was when it comes to there was a tribal engagement process that was conducted on this. We're not going to spend a lot of time going into that specifically today. We're going to talk about public involvement specifically, but I did want to highlight, like we said on the slide, we held informational briefings with tribal staff, ahead of the announcement going out. We offered consultation to the tribes and conducted consultation of tribes that accepted the consultation offers, responded to tribal comments via letter. So there was a separate tribal process that was conducted kind of in parallel with the comment period that happened. But again, so I think, and I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but Dan, I think it was over a dozen, 15, 16, 17 different briefings that we held with all of these groups over the course of a couple months. And then in addition to the ones, what was that?
Blocked it out.
Yes. And in addition to all those briefings, one that I just want to make a note that there was a briefing that was held specifically with stakeholder groups that Ecology held. The reason that's not on the slide is because that wasn't a joint briefing. That was just one that Ecology held. And going to the next slide, Josh. So comment period stuff. And we'll kind of bounce around a little bit since it's kind of hard to cover everything on like one slide. But the comment period, the agreement and proposed changes were available for review starting on April 30th. That's the same day that the announcement was publicly released. But when the agencies announced the holistic agreement via a news release, we also issued a advance notice, a 30-day advance notice of a comment period, which included actually the same documents that were available for public comment. So the agencies released the settlement agreement, the proposed tri-party agreement changes, and the proposed consent decree changes. So, in that 30-day window, while you couldn't comment on those documents, you could start reviewing them before the comment period started. But the actual comment period started a month later on May 30th and was initially scheduled to run through August 2nd. That was extended to September 1st, so an extension of 30 or so days after we got a variety of extension requests. There were 3 regional hybrid public meetings that were held, and we'll go into those a little bit later. And then we have a variety of public notices. So, we issued a public notice, like I said, the 30-day advance notice that launched with the news release when the agreement was announced. We did a public notice when the comment period started, another notice when the comment period was extended. Josh? So going to the regional meetings specifically, it was held over the course of 3 days where we had a road show. We held, the first meeting was in Richland, and you can see we dropped in the participants that were at each meeting. So we had roughly 55 in person and 45 online in Richland. At Olympia the next day, we had about 14 in person and 21 online. And then we had Hood River the third day, which was about 20 in person, 19 online. I think something that went really well at the meetings was, we answered all the questions that were asked to each venue before closing down for the night. I know we had a rough idea of how long the meetings would possibly go for, but we ran over each night and we stayed until either the venue was close to kicking us out or all the questions were answered. And I think that we tried to round up all the questions every night. I do want to make a note that, we got a lot of feedback and input on like the location of the meetings and just on the public involvement in general. And we really do appreciate those comments that were submitted during the meetings and took some good lessons learned and some good steps forward for future engagement. So for example, ecology, we took a lot of those comments about public involvement. We're going to consider that with like our Rev 9A Hanford Satway permit comment period coming out later this year. So just know that we listened and really appreciate the feedback. And speaking of feedback, in August of 2024, after the public meetings, I know we came to the HABCO and we had a bit of a recap to talk a bit about the meetings and got some feedback from those that were in attendance. So we did have a bit of a discussion on the meetings with the HAB at that point in time. Josh? So some media and some advertising. We did a variety of things. There was this one shows just some of the social media posts we did, and I know these actually all show ecology, but Department of Energy, EPA also made social media posts sharing the comment period. Ecology, we also, in addition to just doing like organic posts on social media to share information about the comment period of the meetings, we did some paid social media. So and I forgot exactly how much we did. I think it was somewhere between $300 to $500 where we did some paid advertising and we targeted it specifically to it's like bubbles around the Tri-Cities and the regional areas over in like Seattle, Olympia, and down in like Portland, where we were able to geographically target the ads to the areas where the meetings were going to be held at. I'm sorry, Portland, I meant Hood River too. So just those generally a variety of areas to share on how to get engaged with the meetings. So we did, like I said, a mixture of organic posts and paid advertising, and those are just some examples of just a couple of the posts that we did.
Josh? Not to self-serve here, but there's a photo of me on the news meeting.
Wow, who's that guy?
I know, who is that person?
Looking good.
He's a TV star. Mind you, I was going frame by frame until I found a shot that wasn't a terrible shot. So obviously we had a news release, a joint TPA news release that was released when the agreement was announced. There was a wide variety of media interviews that we did, and we did a lot of those jointly where, we got together with me and DOE and EPA. We did, interviews with, like, the Tri-City Herald, the, Exchange Monitor, the Northwest Public Broadcasting, broadcast stations. So there was a variety of, news articles that came out, when the agreement was announced around the public meetings. And of course, there've been a ton of news stories as, the agreement's been implemented, things have progressed, like vitrification starting. So it's a lot of, earned media in that way, so to speak. And then, on the right side, there's just this, a takeout of one of the paper advertisements that were required to run for the public meetings. So, Danny, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we ran public advertisings and news outlets in Tri-Cities, Olympia, and Hood River for the public meetings, right?
Yes. And then we got some bigger advertising that was electronic through those buys that were in basically the Tacoma area, the Fort Hood area, so people.
Right, thank you for that addition. Yeah, so like Dan said, there was some additional digital advertising that was done in addition to the newspapers in the area. Josh, go ahead. Oh, more media. Thank you. So there's a couple of the other headlines that were kind of coming out. That's just the headline from the joint TPA news release. Then just a takeout from the Tri-City Herald. So like I said, there was a variety of media that came out in addition to the paid and other media that the agencies were putting out about the agreement. And next comment. So after the public comment period concluded, the agencies got together and reviewed all of the comments and responded to comments and crafted a TPA responsiveness summary, which it provided responses to the comments, and it also just recapped all of basically the stuff I've covered today. It kind of recapped all of the public involvement efforts that we did, like I said, like most response to comments documents that we publish after a comment period. We did, one thing I'll note on how it was formatted was it kind of bucketed most comments into like groups, and we provided a response to respond to each of those kind of groups of comments. We did receive, I think we ended up receiving a little over 200 comments during the public comment period. And when this response to comments, responsiveness summary, whatever you want to call it, got finalized, that was in December of 2024. That we issued another news release along with a public notice that shared that the responsiveness summary was issued and that we were working to now finalize the agreement. So there was another joint TPA news release and a public notice that was issued to share that. And our next slide was finalizing the agreement. So very shortly after that, in early January in the new year, last year, the agencies finalized the TPA, the TPA change control forms for the proposed TPA changes, and we also filed the proposed energy and ecology, finalized the consent decree changes and filed them with the federal district court for approval, since again that's the federal consent decree, so there's an extra step that we had to do to get those approved, and the judge approved those changes. We issued another news release, another joint TPA news release, January 10th of last year when that agreement got finalized. And then I do know last year we did we had a couple staff come from DOE and EPA and ecology, and we did another holistic agreement kind of overview presentation with the HAB on the May 7th HAB meeting to again talk about the agreement and what kind of encompassed it and what was entailed with it and that kind of fun stuff. And okay, excellent. Yeah, you can skip one. And actually, you can go back up one. Sorry, I had a couple other things. That's not on the slide. I did want to highlight there was a couple of things that did happen last year, kind of following on from the agreement. There was Energy, for example, conducted a 60-day or 30-day on the NEPA. You remember? I think it was 60 days. 30 days. Thank you. So there's a 30-day comment period on the NEPA supplemental analysis related to the grouting project that Energy held in spring last year. There's another step for the waste incidental reprocessing that we're still expecting a comment period on. So that's been some of the next steps kind of stuff that's happened over the last year that had a public involvement component.
There's going to be a variety of other additional public involvement opportunities here, coming up in the future, depending on how things shake out. So, for example, with like the Warren project and the grouting project out in the 200 West area, depending on the decisions that get made there, that ecology will support permitting actions for on-site waste management activities that would have some public involvement components. And there's depending on just how those next steps kind of shake out over as these decisions are made, that there'll be other additional opportunities for public involvement. And next slide. So just as a reminder, in the HAB work plan for this year, and I took this verbatim, I just copy pasted it from the HAB work plan into the slide here, that the HAB advice request that was put in there was the TPA agencies are requesting policy level advice on outreach strategies, messaging, and opportunities to reinforce trust and transparency in tank waste mission with the public and build community support following the holistic agreement. So I did just want to emphasize that I don't think the agencies are like seeking feedback on the holistic agreement itself. It's finalized. That was done in January of last year. I think the intent with the advice request was how can we engage with the public? How can we increase transparency, trust with the tank waste mission and kind of the implementation of various components of it. As the tank waste mission proceeds, now through 2040 and beyond, we've got a variety of things that are going to happen. There's going to be continued retrieval of tank waste. There's going to be vitrification of tank waste that's already been happening with the low activity waste. So we're going to have the high level waste facility starting up. We're going to have grouting over in the 200 West area that's going to be happening, and that waste will be disposed of offsite. And various other offshoots from the holistic agreement that we would just love feedback on for building and communicating with the public about it. Megan, was there anything I missed with the advice request?
I don't think so. I mean, I think this will be really helpful. Dana, good?
Yeah. I think the advice that we were working on earlier, what we're asking for now, and everything that everyone has said and done has been magnificent, and I appreciate every speck of it. The thing that vexes and perplexes me, and I do not have the answer, is we're talking to ourselves. We can't get the young people. I have young people. I do a great, wrap my brain to see what I can do to get my kids and their friends involved in this. So if there's anyone who has a brilliant idea about that, that's, I think, our big Achilles heel. Is how can we engage the young, pull the next generation in? And it seems that when I'm talking to my kids and their friends, the light bulb goes on. They get to the age where they are considering a job, and people around here, they know Hanford exists. They're not too particularly interested in it. Some people are not particularly interested at all. I don't think people are too honestly worried about health issues that they move away. But the light goes on when they think, oh boy, I've heard people at Hanford have good jobs, and everybody works 410s, and boy, that sounds pretty good. So I know that piece is the part that brings the light on for people, high school, college age, who were thinking about, I'm not going to be able to live in my parents' basement anymore. I have to do something. So otherwise than that, that's the only thing I think I'd add it there. If anyone has any other thoughts, and I don't have a good solution, and I'm doing trying.
Thanks, Dana. And before we go into discussion, was there anything on the presentation? Was there anything I missed from the public involvement stuff that you wanted to add on?
No, just ran through several things, but I think we'll be, with all these things moving forward, I'm not sure what will move when. I think we'll be public opportunity to death.
Thanks. And I don't think, was there anybody from GPA on? No, that's not yet.
I don't think so. I did. So one thing just is, and this is not the TOE vegan, this is the vegan, taxpayer vegan, whatever. So on one of the other slides, Ryan or Josh will go back to it. It's the numbers of how many went. My biggest thing is the me, not as the TOE, is I think if we can try and figure out ways to think outside the box of how we can get some of those people that Dan was talking about. So I had been detailing in Hawk, so I actually went on the road show, Hanford Office of Communication. So I wanted the road show was one of my first things. And the amount of time that Ryan and Dana and the whole team had put into this, and the amount of time and money, all the crazy stuff for this was impressive. And it was like they were so well prepped, and the numbers one, I just wish they were a lot more, but what's crazy is within those numbers that doesn't show is a lot of them were just duplicative.
Yeah.
Every meeting. So.
Yes, because I can tell you, I attended the first one in person and the next two
Yeah.
online.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anything that the team could have done to change that, right? But I think that's why we're coming to you guys is how can we start thinking outside the box to get more people interested? And I don't necessarily think that we're not ever against a roadshow or anything again, but it's how do we get more than those people there?
Well, what I found interesting on the Richland one was the number of Walla Walla people.
Yeah.
That, you know, normally they don't engage, but somehow you guys connected with Walla Walla because there were quite a few people from Walla Walla at the Richland one.
Yeah, there were.
The Olympia one, the complaints, as I heard, and Sherry was the main driver, is it was in Olympia. So you're dealing with the I-5 end of workday traffic.
Yeah, I do want to recognize, and I said this earlier in the presentation, that, you know, I know we did get feedback on like meeting locations, and we are taking that back and listening to it because, you know, and like I said, for example, we're looking at holding meetings in other locations for like Hanford site-wide permits. So I do want to recognize that, you know, Ecology heard that feedback and we're looking at, you know, different meeting locations.
And I can tell you for Hood River, from my experience, even Mia can probably jump into is Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board had their meeting in Hood River a year or so ago. And it didn't have any public involvement. I mean, attending, or there may have been a small handful. I'm trying to remember, but there wasn't much. So it's kind of, I don't know if it's just, one of the things that sticks with me is that Michelle Holt a few years ago made the comment during a COE meeting online that unless something is going on that personally impacts people, personally, they are not going to engage. They are so busy with so many other things that that's going to take that's their priority. And, you know, you see with kids, and we were talking about it earlier, it's just.
But maybe the answer, Sue, isn't trying to get everyone to come to us. Maybe it's that we go to them.
Yeah.
Like Brian and them going to the Sportsman's Show. I mean, I work here and I don't, it's not that I don't care, but like I know Hanford is safe, right? There's always going to be little things, but I have a family and littles at home, so I'm not going to miss out on dinner time when there's a meeting. But if I'm going to be at the family expo, then I could hear things there. So
And that's true. Where do you go to turn it on its head? It's not the sky is not falling. There is no crisis at the moment, but how do you get the information out? And it's may just be the go to them. You know,
Time out. This is the kind of discussion I'd hope to follow.
Sorry, Chris.
This, back to the line,
You're doing such a great leadership job here, Chris.
called impatience. And as you get older, you find yourself getting more and more impatient.
Before you fall asleep.
I just had a question for Ryan, though, about the messaging. When you were interviewed and on different media, print or television or radio, or social media, like YouTube, I don't know what you guys do for videos and such, but, you know, what were the messages that you tried to share to explain the importance of this agreement and what it would mean for the community or the environment?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think it was a variety of things. I think first and foremost was sharing, you know, the agreement is some of the most major components of it, and synthesizing, you know, those pages down into 6 or 7 bullet points at a high level. So I mean, talking about that's some of the key things, right? So, you know, we're keeping vitrification on track, the same schedule, which, you know, we were able to get vitrification started last fall. High level waste vitrification, obviously, sharing the grouting agreement for grouting tank waste. Some of the other components of the agreement, you know, not applying the high level waste interpretation at the Hanford site. But beyond beyond the actual agreement, right? I think one of the key things that I found myself talking about, and I found DOE and EPA and all of us talking about, was the alignment with the agencies, that we had spent this time together, getting on the same page, building those relationships. And that was a really crucial part of the agreement. You don't see it in the agreement itself, but that was one of the biggest takeaways, I think, from all the agencies was we built strong working relationships. We reached alignment priorities, and that's setting us up for some really strong success with, accomplishing the tank waste mission and, cleanup in general across the site. I think that was another key part of the agreement that's not, specifically written out in words in the agreement itself.
That was certainly emphasized in the Richmond public briefing here. I think everybody from each of the agencies kind of made a point of stressing that, what you just said.
Yeah. And so, and then in addition to that point, Amber, I think the other big piece, in addition to that alignment, that agreement, was really a realistic and achievable path forward for tank waste, because we were finding ourselves, before the agreement, before the negotiation started, was we'd go to court with energy, get, milestones reset, and then the milestones would be at risk, and then we'd be doing the same thing over and over again. So getting together and rather than going through litigation or some kind of measure like that, is getting the agencies together, talking about an agreed path forward that is realistic and achievable. So we don't have to go through that cycle over and over again of resetting things.
No, I think the messages are just really, how do you message it? And I'm bringing that up because that's part of what the goal of what we're gonna talk about later is.
Yeah, totally.
What are the messages around this new agreement? Why should people care that you did all that collaboration? What's in it for the community and for our place here?
Yeah, one thing I'll say more anecdotally is in addition to all that stuff we talked about in the presentation today, ecology, at least, and I know energy does a lot of outreach stuff too, that, we go out to community events like the Sportsman Show, like STEM fairs, like talks at libraries and stuff, and we just provide presentations on Hanford and talk about the work we do. And a lot of the stuff over the last couple of years since this agreement was announced, I found myself at these events talking to members of the community about the agreement, and rather than just saying we reached this legal agreement and blah blah blah, I was talking about the projects that are part of that, right? So talking about vitrification, saying we have this agreement, we're keeping this treatment of tank waste, we're getting waste out of tanks, out of leaky tanks, getting into a solid form, disposing it. And talking about the work and why it matters, right? So, what happens if we don't clean up the site, and why that's important? I think that's a big component. And we love, going out talking to folks about why Hanford cleanup is so important. Ben and Sarah do such a good job of getting that message out there, I think, with our outreach work.
Because it's like the why as much as it is the what or the how, but all those things can come together to create education for the community, and we're going to need to keep doing that, and there's going to be need to make more decisions and right on this timeline that's out there, and there's lots of different opportunities along the way.
Totally.
Over the next 5 to 10, well, even longer, but I'm just saying, even in the next 5 to 10 years of decision points and ways for the community to care. So anyway, I think that's like really something we should talk about if we're going to do advice, is like bringing all those things into kind of a through line.
So with that, Josh, why don't we start? I have some slides. This reiterates a little bit something on what Ryan gave. What's in our work plan is advice topic, community support for holistic agreement. That's the title of the advice. And the word for word, provide policy level advice on outreach strategies, messaging, and opportunities to reinforce trust and transparency in tank waste mission with the public, and build public community support following the holistic agreement. Next slide. So where does this advice topic stand right now? I didn't expect to be talking about it today. So all of this is kind of new to me as of Monday afternoon. So Tuesday, I kind of spent trying to figure out where things were and what the advice topic was, and putting this little talk together. Last November, when this first came up, we were looking at possible advice topics for the various committees. It was suggested that the advice that I just read off be assigned to the Tank Waste Committee. And Rob Davis, who was chair of the Tank Waste Committee at that time, enlisted co-support with Amber Waldriff, who's sitting right here. So that's a couple months old. There's been very preliminary discussions between COE and TWST, and no more than preliminary. To date, an IM team has not been formed. The government shutdown has resulted in delays in terms of formal committee meetings, delays in IM meetings, so on and so forth, IM team. Delays have resulted in a temporary, it's a little less temporary now, I understand, of the TWST leadership. The former chairman is now my consultant as a member of the public. The timeline for approval of an advice is uncertain. And when he was still chair and head of the IM team for this advice, Rob Davis did write a draft advice and put it out to several people just to get input. Toward the end, Rob can go in a little bit to what that advice was in the discussion end of things. Next slide. So, two things were mentioned in the text: the tank waste mission and the holistic agreement. So what exactly is a tank waste mission? I took these bullets word for word off the last 5-year plan, which said this is a tank waste mission. Okay. It's to manage waste in underground tanks until they're retrieved and the tank farms close. It's to vitrify low activity and high activity waste in the tanks. It's to retrieve and treat low level activity waste in a 200 area for disposal off site. It's to retrieve waste from SST farms, single shell tank farms, for placement into double shell tank farms, and it's to operate the 222S laboratory, analytical laboratory, to support the tank waste mission. In brief, that's the tank waste mission as has appeared as bullets in the various 5-year plans. What is the holistic agreement? This is taken word for word from the various briefings that have been given to the public and to the HAB. The holistic agreement outlines a course for continuing cleanup of radioactive and chemical waste from underground tanks at Hanford. It sets a course for continuing the tank waste retrieval and treatment mission through 2040. It's comprised of 3 parts: the settlement agreement, changes to the federal consent decree, and changes to the tri-party agreement. I'm not going to go into each of these because each of those is almost a briefing in itself, or more than that. But quite simply, these are the 3 major parts of the holistic agreement. What are the highlights in the holistic agreement of changes as opposed to what was in previous versions of the consent decree or settlement agreement or tri-party agency milestones? Number 1, maintaining existing timeframes for starting treatment of both low activity and high level waste. That should be high level activity, I just forgot to put it in. Using a direct feed approach for immobilizing high level waste and glass, similar to the direct feed approach for low activity waste. Building a waste transfer vault and second effluent management facility to support treating high level waste. Retrieving waste from 22 tanks in Hanford's 200 West area by 2040, including grouting the low level activity portion of the waste for off-site disposal. Designing and constructing the 1 million gallon multi-purpose storage capacity to support tank waste retrievals, and evaluating and developing new technologies for retrieving waste from the tanks. So that's basically the major changes to the holistic agreement. Talked a little bit about what the mission is of the tank waste. And I won't go too much into this, as Ryan has spent a fair bit of time on it, but the holistic agreement has gone out quite a bit to the public. And I put down a few of these, not as many as Ryan did. And I won't I won't try and read them all. But one of the interesting things that Ryan didn't mention is when the mailed public notice announcing the comment period, it was to 932 members of the public. And they emailed a notice announcing the start of the comment period to the Hanford Information and Commercial Mixed Rad Waste email list, which have a total of 853 recipients. So a large number of recipients receive kind of personal notification about the holistic agreement. And I think, as Ryan has mentioned, also there was comment response. I want to say a few more things about that. Is the comments were posted. We've had a lot of discussion within the HAB. Are you going to post responses to things about various documents, various comments, various briefings? And so I think it's important to note that the comment responses were posted so that the public can see it and look at it. And as Ryan said, they were binned into a number of categories. Each of the responses or the bins received a summary from the tri-party agencies, and then kind of a response to the summary. So there's quite a bit of information in that public comment response regarding just about every aspect, really, of the tank waste mission, about transparency, about public engagement, as well as to the technical aspects of the tri-party agreement and to a lesser extent the tank waste mission. Now, going forward, where do we go from here? If we were to form an IM team, or when we form an IM team, either or, what would we like the IM team to know or to consider going forward with their advice? And these were just my ideas in isolation. And one of the things I'd like to get input on, I think the IM team, whoever's going to be on it, would like to have input on, is additional thoughts. So one of the things that if I'm the IM team lead, I would like to require the IM team members to read the public comments and TPA agencies' responses. There were a number of comments about engagement of the public and the responses to the comments on engagement to the public. They're definitely worth reading because they're going to play into, in some way, shape, or form, what the IM team's advice might be. Now, the tank waste mission and the holistic agreement, those are pretty broad, encompassing topics. And should the address try and address the entirety of those? Or do we want to be more specific and address certain elements of those? Do the TPA agencies envision a single advice or given the potential breadth of scope? Would they envision more a series of advices going forward as events transpired? Is it one and done, or would this public support be kind of an ongoing thing in conjunction with, let's say, some of the activities that COE might have and advices coming from COE, and some of the public engagement that the tri-party agencies might have, where they would like to have support? How should the advice reflect or address, whatever the proper word is, the fact that much of the tank waste mission has been ongoing for a large number of years? And a lot of the things in the holistic agreement have started or are underway with little or no public angst. There's not been public outcries, except for leaking tanks, maybe, about a lot of the work that's been going on. So why did the TPA agencies feel that this advice topic was necessary? I think that's key that the IM team would like to know, because that will be something that focuses the advice that helps to focus the advice. What exactly does community support mean here? The wording is, I thought, was a little bit uncertain to me when the when it said, and build community support following the holistic agreement. What are we asking? Are we asking communities to support something? Do we want something definitive coming out of the communities? So I wasn't sure what was meant by community support. And it's like the other IM team members when we form it might feel the same. What community should be targeted? Well, there's already been briefing in Olympia, Richland, Hood River. Where do we go? Now, interestingly, that comment came up in the comment responses. Why didn't you go out to Seattle, Spokane, whatever? And the response in part was lack of funds, lack of people, lack of an appropriate venue, probably given work times and so on. So that was one part of the response. But that's if that's still valid, that's something we ought to know and take into account in any kind of outreach, that strategic outreach that the HAB might want to advise the tri-party agencies on. And what would constitute success in reinforcing trust and building community support? How would we know if we're doing the right thing? And I think your roundtable discussion, or like had that same thing. How do we know that we're doing the right thing? How does the outreach know? What could we advise the tri-party agencies to help them know, or to help address, are we doing the right thing? Are we really building trust? Are we really building community support? How would we know that? Number 9, should the advice address the role of each of the TPA agencies? Do we expect different things with the HAB advice, expect different things out of DOE, from ecology, from EPA? Or, as Ryan said, in formulating the holistic agreement, there was a lot of alignment. So we would like the agencies to speak with a common voice, even though they might go out differentially to give the advice. The advice must be, any advice we give must be actionable. That is, it shouldn't be just pie in the sky. It ought to be something that could really be achieved. What is realistically achievable these days? And I'm thinking now, like the government shutdown, constraints of funding, the fact that manpower has been an issue for DOE and for ecology. Those are real concerns, and they're built into anything we do for public outreach. So what is realistically achievable? While it may not ever appear in words in the advice, it's something that IM team members, I think, need to keep in the back of their minds. Lastly, Amber spent a fair bit of time this morning on what COE is doing in terms of thoughts of advice for the community outreach and engagement. And I think whatever this IM team did, it needs to integrate those thoughts into the advice. It can't have COE coming out with a major advice policies and this advice totally ignoring it. So there needs to be some integration efforts and incorporation of the advice that COE comes out with. And I think that advice needs to come out before anything that the TWST advice comes out. There needs to be some first and second priority and follow up. And then something that I had totally forgotten about is the HEAL Act. Do we need anything in advice about the HEAL Act? I have no idea, but it's something for IM team members to bear in mind and might warrant discussion with any IM team. And lastly, when we have discussion, I'd like Rob to say a few words about the draft advice that he put out when he was chair of TWST and would have been the lead for the IM team. And then the last slide I have, and I'll open it up. We have a last, yeah. IM team formation. An IM team does not exist right now. Should an IM team be formed now in the immediate near future? Or should we form an IM team after new membership packets have been approved and new members are on board to get a wider range of membership on an IM team? We've spoken in the past in orientation, and we've encouraged new members to sign up for IM teams as a good way to get involved in HAB activities. And they're going to bring thoughts that maybe we're not aware of, even coming in from outside and not totally knowledgeable about Hanford. So the formation, when we form an IM team, I think is a reasonable topic for discussion here. Now we learned that new members probably aren't going to come on board until October. Is that right, Megan? Until October. So we're talking about a long time frame. And given that long time frame of 7 months, we might in fact want to form an IM team and start before that. I hadn't realized that. I didn't know until Megan briefed us yesterday that they were going to roll in the 2025 new membership packets into the 2026 timeframe. So when I first put this up, I didn't realize it's just going to be a 7-month potential 7-month delay, or a definite 7-month delay in getting new members on board. So with that 7-month delay, we might rethink some things about timing of the IM team. And with that, I'm going to shut up and just open it for any kind of discussion. Oh, let's let Rob say a few words first about his draft and what he had in mind, and then open it up for just general input, general discussion on any topic related to this draft advice, potential or going forward draft advice.
Yeah, last October, I guess when we got kind of this assignment, and I looked at it very narrowly and called around and talked with Rob Parmalee, talked with Ed, talked with Lars, talked with, anyway, I talked with a number of folks. And so, and then I just was having problems because of the shutdown, getting hold of people, that it kind of died on my computer, kind of drifted into the, until I came in and I said, okay, just do it. Okay, so I just drafted something out. The basic thing that I considered and had talked to the other guys about is that I think we're struggling with the wrong audience, and that we're going to be here for many, many years at Hanford site. And we want long-term support for the holistic agreement. We don't want to just educate people on all the intricacies that we got. So why don't we start off with, my experience is that a number of years ago in the 92, 93, 94 frame, maybe 96, a fellow and I formed a group, several groups. One was the Hanford Information Network. And what we did is that we went to Washington, DC, and we lobbied a little bit for the cocooning. And then we started working with outreach, and we went to the high schools. And we lined up a whole number of high schools for several years. I think in the end, we talked to about 5,000 kids, and all in the state of Washington and one Oregon. And basically went in there to their science classes and invited the teachers to bring, sometimes we did an auditorium. Most of the times we just did it in a science class. We explained Hanford, we would explain the holistic agreement and the reasons why that they should be interested in it, and why the science is cool, and the fact that there are things here that are very neat. And cleanup is not a dirty word. It's something that's progressing. And so it starts off with, why are we here in the first place? The bombed, a little bit about production, then the mess and what we've got and why it's important to clean it up. And we get into this idea of the fact that it's going to be there through your lives as students. And so this is a real good thing. Now, the one thing I am quite proud of is that many years later, when I was teaching at CBC, I had several of the high school students that we visited what came up and said, aren't you the guy? Aren't you the guy that did this? And it stayed with them. And so I think that if we're going to look for support for a holistic agreement that's going to last 80 years or 25, 50 years, let's start with the young and work our way up. And go ahead, let the other ones, if you're seeing the Kiwanis or the other business groups and things, go ahead and do that. But let's strike out at a new audience. And those are the high school seniors, the ones somebody said that were just looking more attention the closer they are to getting a job. And if that's one thing, you can always wrap it up by saying, there's jobs out there, go to junior college, go to college, do something, come back out. You're going to have great success in your career. So that was the big emphasis of one of the advice points, was to establish a roadshow that you could take to the various high schools and have interesting people presented. Another one was that some of the outreaches that you do, you kind of need to have people there. Not just DOE people, not just ecology people, but have people as well. And I know that there's an issue that some people are getting paid for it, some people are not, but we're all volunteers of some sort. And I think that if somebody that's part of the HAB might be able to represent, to let people know that, yeah, and even the adults that bring their kids by this food, are going to see that's a good idea. So anyway, that's the emphasis of that. There are just two little draft points in it, and then I pass it on to get other people to add additional ones. But it really concentrated on the fact that if the tri-party agreement is only as strong as we can keep to our schedule and we can keep to the progress. And that's, I think, so important.
Are there any comments or thoughts, ideas from anybody else, either online or in the room here?
A couple of quick things to clarify, since there was a question of, what's being desired and when. Do you want to delay anything? Megan and Ryan, do you have comments or desire on when to see this?
I would say I don't want to wait a year. So if we can start something rather than waiting for new members, I think we should. I think what Rob was talking about is kind of exactly what we're asking for, is we just need those new ideas, right? So everything you just said, put it in some advice.
And I saw a question that Chris had posed on the list earlier, and you don't need to pull it up, but it was a question around like frequency, or if it's just one piece of advice or multiple pieces of advice. I think the answer is if you guys work on a piece of advice now, fantastic. But if you have other things come up in the future, absolutely. If you have follow-on pieces, if you realize, I think there's another point on there about if it should be one gigantic piece or maybe a couple smaller pieces on like different components, whatever makes the most sense. We want there to be flexibility, and the board can ultimately pursue what the board wants to pursue on it. So I think there's flexibility and options there. So I mean, if it turns into multiple pieces of advice, great. If it's one piece of advice, also great. If that's helpful. I know that's just kind of telling you anything, but.
And so it seems this is a, two committee advice. Amber, do you have thoughts you'd like to share on approach, any format or anything?
So what we're really focusing on is education and awareness of the tank waste cleanup, right? I think you
as
put the,
stated.
well, you put the agenda topic as community support for holistic agreement, but I think the holistic agreement already got public input. It is what it is. And now what
I
I'm
just
hearing
pointed
from
out,
Rob,
this is
That's-
what the
that's what-
right, right. What I'm hearing from Rob is, I think that's how it was described, but what I'm hearing is really what you're trying to get at is ongoing education and engagement in the tank waste cleanup. Now and in the future.
With regards to the tank waste mission, yeah.
Well, Rob, let's ask you flat out, what did the tri-party agencies have in mind when they put this down?
Well, I think the HAB generated this advice.
No.
Right?
This was the tri-party
Yeah.
agencies.
Let me clarify, this is a TPA request. I do want to clarify one thing, that the advice request doesn't say building trust in the holistic agreement. It says the request, sorry, it says reinforcing trust and transparency in the tank waste mission with the public and building community support following the holistic agreement. And I think there's been some confusion there, because I think the big thing that we're trying to get across is there's this monumental agreement about tank waste that updated the tank waste mission back in January 2025. So it's following that. So I mean, that's certainly a part of it, but I think it's the tank waste mission in general moving forward. And obviously the holistic agreement's a big part of that, because that sets the mission through 2040 and beyond. But it's not, I do want to clarify that we're not asking for advice on like going out to the community and specifically talking about like the holistic agreement. Because I think we're at the point now where, a year plus past the holistic agreement being finalized, the name doesn't matter so much. It's the tank waste mission, and we've got various things happening with the tank waste mission. Megan, was there a?
You nailed it. I mean, it's following, right? So it's now that the holistic is done and out there, how do we get the public involved with the mission and success moving forward of tank waste?
Because you have a comment there, and so that implies that there's two things. Generally, it's a compound sentence, with the comment, but it's not. We should read it a little bit differently, as you just said.
Yeah, we don't want, and if it was written a little weird, then that's on us, but we don't want you to get hung up on holistic agreement too much. We're just saying, now that that's done and out there, and we've already briefed that, we wanted to let you know how the briefings went, to say, how can we do better on the tank waste mission?
So there's been a lot of work on the holistic agreement. It's out there in the public. But it's just part of the greater tank waste mission now. And we should consider it that, like that, in any advice we give out. Greater part of it's a part of the tank waste mission.
What do you think, Nat?
Well, the pessimist in me says we're going to have a hard time if we focus anything on the holistics, because you're looking at a legal document. And even me, as interested as I am with tanks, it's going to be hard to focus on something like that. But as holistics move forward and we start getting more success stories like DF Law, online, on time, as 200 West, some of those milestones start getting met, then you have an opportunity for a more media savvy presentation, something that you could put better hooks into. My mind is always taken back to those fun little holographic cards where you could take a site, move it from how it was, and then as the holographic card moves, it goes to its current state. I saw something that I want to say the Port of Benton up there put together about the economic development and kind of a future state. It was a simple graphic animation. My problem with this is we are going to have to keep it at a strategic level. It's going to be a very high level document and suggestion, because the tactics of this, in my mind, rely a lot on DOE and DOE comm staff. And to my understanding, they are severely limited now, as we've all spoken to with some of the cutbacks up there. And I'm not expecting them to come back to full staffing as we knew it. So trust and transparency is separate. So I'm talking about, that's the engagement part, what I think could be good engagement. Trust and transparency, that's going to require willingness by all the tri-party agencies, I think, to address historical shortcomings. that that's the transparency part. You show where there have been hiccups, where there have been errors. The holistic negotiation can be a part of that. Hey, look, we took years and years and years to get this made. But now look at how we're doing with the M100 milestones or something like that. We've established a working relationship. And so you start engaging, we have this transparency, and when something goes wrong, say the ammonia system at DF Law, there have been a few problems, but this is how we're working forward to address it. And you could also present those problems to the youth. Do you have a solution? Well, this project's going to be out here to 2080, 2090, 2100. Come out here and bring your bright ideas. You know, that's the challenge of, you know, help us fix this. You know, what would you have done? You can present it as a puzzle even. But I kind of see, yeah, like I said, I worry about relying too much on the tactics and those graphics and things like that, because I don't think the bandwidth's there to support that for some time. So anything we do advice-wise will have to be very high level and very strategic. And does it lose value? I keep going back to point 10 that was on the list, and I worry about how much value we lose in this advice if we keep it too high. I guess that's a long explanation of what I was thinking.
And Matt, thank you for volunteering to be on the IM team.
Well, I'm in the same boat with Rob. I'll happily engage as a member of the public.
That's fine. Anyone else online or in the room here?
Dan Solitz entered a comment in the chat, some things he'd like to see. Want to talk about that? Well, I'm gonna, you know, try to interpret. I think he was talking in the same lines of Matt's comments, where it'd be great to talk about successes. Dan suggests talking about closures that might be helpful. Your media outreach.
Well, this is a good time, I think, to go into what TWST is going to do in the future going forward. In the work plan that we have and in future meetings. So let me talk a little bit about that paper.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, anything. So if we would have had a meeting, if we were to have had a meeting in February 11th or 12th, a subcommittee meeting, we would have presented community support for holistic agreement from an IM team. That's off the line right now. And in terms of briefings, we would have had a direct feed, low activity waste DF law briefing that addressed 24-hour operations, implementation of conduct of operations. That was on our work plan for February 11th and 12th. Our next committee meeting now is going to be sometime either on July 8th or 9th. And so I talked to Megan and asked if we could just move what we were going to talk about in February, what the briefings would be in February, and have those as the subcommittee briefings in July 8th or 9th. And Megan concurred with that.
I think it's May, Chris.
Yeah.
Pardon?
The committee meetings are in May. The board meeting is in July.
That's
Committee meeting is May. That's correct.
May.
Board meeting is July. Committee meetings are on the calendar for May 6th and 7th.
Yeah, next couple of months, we have full
Oh,
board
sorry.
in February.
Yeah, committee meetings,
Yeah.
6th and 7th of May.
Yeah, full board February, committees, or full board in April, and then May, and then full.
right. I apologize. May, I can't read. Can't read calendars.
Put your glasses on.
That makes it worse. Okay, so in May, then we'll have briefings, and if we can get an additional briefing, Rob had put down a briefing on tank closure. What does closure mean for the tanks? Anything having to do with that. But it's a topic that we haven't really heard, although it's kind of been mentioned here and there in meetings. But I think a briefing on tank closure would be good.
Or that one.
Or you say it.
Okay, that's if we're gonna be talking about, the L8W in that meeting, we should also get a report on the, EPDT test results and the ammonia leaks. Okay, if we can. We had a technical discussion on the EPDT. Yes, EPDT. We had a nice presentation on it. Now these are the results. So it doesn't need to be that long, but we'd certainly like to understand how good that off-gas system's performing.
Also in that, I think Ray said they were gonna start dual melters in springtime.
So hoping to,
Yeah, so if there's any new information about
Yeah,
that.
as part of the briefing, that'd be a good thing to have too.
I'm trying to, I'm just speaking openly, trying to start mirroring some of what the other boards are doing, where they're front loading their full board meetings, so that all of the presentations and discussions are like very, they have like a 2 very full board days. And then we would come write advice off of that as subcommittees, so that way it'll hopefully help with the group too, that we don't have 2 full board days, then we have 2 full days with subcommittees for people like you and Sue and who come to all of them. So just keep that in mind, that might be something that we can get briefed at full board and not at a subcommittee.
For some of it, but others it's really technical.
Yeah.
And not appropriate.
That's, what do you think, Matt?
Looks like a pretty beefy presentation already, but if we're going to have some discussion on the effluents, especially gaseous effluents, I wouldn't mind knowing some of the liquid effluents. You know, are they getting the good results for all the various isotopes? How much is getting to effluent treatment facility for evaporation, things like that. So liquid effluents as well as the gas, I suppose.
Megan, I'll email you, copy you, Sue, on, and I'll talk with Rob and take these things into account, and we'll come up with a more unified. We can only have so many briefings, and some of these can fall into one briefing, I think. So I'll get back to you here probably next week and give you something a little bit more definitive and a little bit more unified, if that's all right.
Yeah. Josh too, because he has the
Yeah.
next schedule, so.
Right.
I got a question. So they've had a lot of problems in WTP at law. They'll only work on a single melter now. What's happening there and what lessons learned are they having? I don't know if that's something I have, is it just an item, or it's me as a geek item. I sure would like to know what's going on there, and why things are not working right, and what they're gonna do to fix those problems. If you have something you want to say.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't think it's accurate to say they're having, at least from what I'm knowledgeable about, that they're having like an issue and like a melter's down. What they're doing is they can't operate 2 melters at the same time right now because they're not authorized to. They have to do the dual melter environmental test to run them at the same time. They did individual environmental melter tests before hot commissioning started. And so my understanding is right now they're doing they're running one melter and then that melter will go into maintenance mode and they're running the other melters, they're cycling them. And not to put you on the spot, Dan, but is that accurate, your stall line?
It is accurate, yes.
Thanks.
So this is planned then?
Yeah.
So one at a time, yeah.
Part at startup.
Yeah, part startup, they're cycling the melters and running them one at a time right now, and I think the requirements from our authorizations that we gave to energy requires that dual melter tests like within 6 months or so many gallons treated or something like that. That's why I'm not super technical expert on it, but like I said, energy, they don't have the authorization to run them both at the same time right now.
Okay.
Then I think in February, we probably can't get a briefing. And we'll talk, we can have an informal discussion, to say as Tom has had in Carm on certain topics amongst ourselves. So I'll get back to you with that. But I think February would be a good time to formally propose an IM team and put out an announcement for recruits and interested parties in. That gives us a fair bit of time before our next committee meeting scheduled and before a board meeting if we want to try and get an advice out. But we'd put that on the books for February.
Okay. In that case, are we still, which committee meeting are we looking at reviewing the results of that IMT? Are we aiming for May to have a draft completed on this community support device?
Sounds good.
I think the question is, when would we want it approved by the board? We'd want it probably in July, huh? Oh, wait, there is no, yeah, in July.
You're looking at May, it'd be going to the July board meeting.
July board meeting, right?
Yeah.
That's good. Let me just get done.
So we have your request for May, that May instead go to April, we'll take. We have a path forward for your draft advice, your IMT formation, when you're reviewing it.
And once we form the IM team, then we can put out a timeline in order to get things through the committee and to the board.
Co-side of that advice, do you agree with the
That's a good plan. I think that there still needs to be some work kind of figuring out like what is it that is it about what are we putting into the advice that would then, that would be a good follow-up to the public involvement engagement advice that hopefully the board will pass in February.
Right, and I think the key would be for the IM team to define very specifically its scope. And what the advice will contain.
There's a lot of ways you could go with it, because there's a lot of
moving parts.
Yes. And so I think that's the number one thing, define the scope and, be clear with what the agencies are looking for so we can be helpful, right, around what that looks like. I mean, for me, there's a lot of different things that could be done to talk about successes and challenges along the way, but kind of almost see this tank waste mission as it unfolds into the future, and how can the agencies really keep engaging with the community on a continuous basis, right? About all those steps in the process. So I think it's definitely, so hopefully there'll be members of the COE that might want to join the IM team, and that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I would hope so, because we're supposed to do it together.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, I think it's a nice flow from the advice we're working on right now, so.
So there's at least one tricky area within that. And that's the forbearances on the weir. And so we definitely, that's a subject that we'll have to consider.
The what?
The forbearances on performing a weir. But if you note that within the holistic agreement, they said they're going to forbear any decisions for the weir for a while. And I imagine they're not gonna do it until they've got a grout plant built and ready to go. And then they'll do the forbearance.
I can clarify that really quick.
Okay.
So the holistic agreement says, our energy intends to forbear from applying its interpretation of what constitutes high-level waste in Hanford. It doesn't forbear from the weir, which is, that's an existing like regulatory pathway for reclassifying waste. That's the path that energy is doing to reclassify waste rather than just reclassifying under their interpretation. So it's not forbearing weir, it's forbearing DOE's interpretation of that.
Right.
So yeah, they can and are still doing weirs, right, Dan? Yeah, she's not.
Thank you.
On high level waste?
That definition of high level waste is out of that. It's not applied to the weir.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so we still.
Yeah. But that's a tricky. Because essentially having a weir allows them to do that on the east area tank. Liquids that are cleaned up.
Weir is the existing regulatory pathway that for appropriately reclassifying waste. The DOE's interpretation of high level waste is where they can reclassify waste without doing that process. And so the holistic agreement is that they're forbearing from applying their interpretation of high level waste.
Would AMPS then just automatically allow them to do that? My question was, would AMPS allow them to automatically consider it low level waste?
Well, from my understanding, there has to be a weir done for the west area.
Right.
To reclassify waste.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our topics seem to have merged a bit. I think we've concluded our path forward for the, tank waste mission support advice, right?
Yep.
And is there anything else we need to visit on that topic?
And I have an action item to send things to Megan, specifically and Josh. And I'll copy Sue and Mia as chair and vice chair.
Brian, Roberto,
Yeah.
awareness.
The stuff that has to do with public engagement, TWST, a copy or solicit and/or from Amber. And with that, I'm ready to go home.
So I guess we've concluded the co-meeting in that
All right.
case.
Nice job.
It's a post meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.